Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I'd like to call to order this Tuesday, December 3rd meeting of the Pierce County Council. The time is 3:16 p.m. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Campbell.
Here.
Councilmember Kruger.
Here.
Councilmember Dunson.
Here.
Councilmember Herrera.
Here.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Here.
Councilmember Morrell.
Here.
Councilmember Mello.
Here.
You have 7 members present.
We have all 7 members present and a quorum. Item number 3, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag led by Vice Chair Campbell, followed by a moment of silence dedicated to our men and women serving overseas in the military, and then the land acknowledgement read by Vice Chair Campbell. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We acknowledge that we are on the traditional homelands of the Coast Salish tribes. Coast Salish people have lived on and stewarded these lands since time immemorial and continue to do so today. We recognize that this land acknowledgement is one small step towards true allyship, and we commit to uplifting the voices, experiences, and histories of the Indigenous people of this land.
Thank you, Vice Chair Campbell. We're now at section 4, which is the approval of our agenda. Are there any objections to approving today's agenda as presented? Seeing no objection, the agenda is approved. I'd like to make sure that everyone understands how we conduct our meetings and how you can participate. So these are some instructions about how to participate in our meetings. On today's council agenda, there will be multiple opportunities for public comment. On the consent agenda, you may provide comment on any final action item. This does not include items placed on the consent agenda simply for introduction or scheduling. So on today's consent agenda, we have 1 set of minutes for approval, 3 appointment resolutions for final action, which I believe will get removed off the consent agenda because we want to meet these individuals, and 1 grant for approval. So you can speak to final action items on the consent agenda at the appropriate time. Then when we get to sections 8 and 9 of our agenda, we will take public comment on each resolution and ordinance individually at the time we are discussing them. Then finally, under community forum, there will be an opportunity to address the council on any topic that is not up for final action on today's agenda. For information on the rules for public participation, please review the bottom of page 1 of today's agenda. I also want to let folks know that we anticipate a longer meeting than normal. There's a lot of robust material on today's agenda. So with that said, if you're here for community forum, which is at the very end of the agenda, you may want to be patient. And it might be a few hours until we get to community forum because we have a few other items that I anticipate will have a lot of debate and a lot of public comment. So if you're here for the sole purpose of community forum at the end of the meeting, please put your patience pants on. And it just might be a while, so I just want you to be prepared for that. We have a number of people in our Zoom room. So also, you're likely in the comfort of your home or business, so you might be a little bit more comfortable there. I also want to let folks know that we plan on taking a break around 5 o'clock for about 20 minutes, especially to accommodate our staff to be able to take a brief personal break and recharge so that we can stay focused in our discussion and hearing from the public. So expect a break at about 5 o'clock for about 20 minutes. Just want folks to know what to prepare for. So that brings us to section 5, our consent agenda. Does any member wish to pull any item from our consent agenda? Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. I move approval of the consent agenda as amended, moving items C2A, C2B, and C2C to Section 8 of the agenda.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of removing items C2A, B, and C to Section 8 of our agenda. This is a public hearing on the remaining final action items on the consent agenda. Again, that's a set of minutes and a grant approval. Any member of the public starting here in council chambers wish to provide public comment on those remaining final action items on our consent agenda, we'll invite you to the podium. Not seeing anybody. Mr. Dominique, anybody in the Zoom room on final action items?
For any member of the public that would like to provide comment on any of the final action items on today's consent agenda, please press the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. There are no hands at this time, Chair.
With no hands, we're going to close the public hearing. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the consent agenda?
Councilmember Krueger.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunson.
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera.
Aye.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Aye.
Councilmember Morrell.
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell.
Aye.
Councilmember Mello.
Aye.
The results of the roll call vote is 7 ayes and 0 nays.
On a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays, the consent agenda is adopted. That brings us to Section 6, messages from the executive and other county elected officials. There is a message from the executive transmitting the following ordinances which were approved and signed on November 25th, 2024. They included Ordinance 2024-556S. This is an ordinance of the Pierce County Council amending our code related to school impact fee schedule. The executive signed Ordinance 2024-560, an ordinance of the County Council authorizing wage adjustments for non-represented county employees. The executive signed Ordinance 2024-561, an ordinance of the County Council amending the county code related to jail incarceration rates. The executive signed Ordinance 2024-562. This was an ordinance of the County Council levying an assessment in 2024 for the collection in 2025 for the Pierce County Noxious Weed Control Board's 2025 annual budget. And finally, the executive signed Ordinance 2024-567S. This was an ordinance of the County Council amending the county code related to parks and recreation services fees. We're now at Section 7, proclamations, recognitions, awards, and presentations. Today, the Council is honored to recognize Mike Lonergan on his 3 terms served as Pierce County Assessor Treasurer. We'd like to warmly welcome Mr. Lonergan to the podium as Councilmember Krueger reads this proclamation into the record. Mr. Assessor Treasurer, welcome. Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just so honored to be able to read this, knowing you for as long as I have. So this is a proclamation of the Pierce County Council recognizing Mike Lonergan's 3 terms as the elected nonpartisan Pierce County Assessor Treasurer in Pierce County, Washington. So whereas we honor Mike Lonergan's 40-year dedication to public service employment with the Salvation Army, Tacoma Rescue Mission, Youth Marine Foundation, as elected Tacoma City Council member, and as the elected nonpartisan Assessor Treasurer. And whereas we applaud Mike Lonergan's support of charity organizations, including the Salvation Army, YWCA, Family Renewal Center, Emergency Food Network, Head Start Program, Child Protective Services, the Giving Tree, Franklin House, and many others. Whereas we celebrate Mike Lonergan's accomplishments as the elected, nonpartisan Assessor Treasurer and his unwavering commitment to transparent and equitable property tax assessment. And whereas the Pierce County Assessor Treasurer's Office is responsible for the appraisal of property, maintenance of the county's tax parcel maps and property tax assessments, levies, and collections. And whereas Mike gained taxpayer confidence and trust and restored employee relationships and morale after taking over the office, and whereas Mike ensured there was no lapse of essential services during the COVID and tax revenue was collected on behalf of the districts that depend on it to operate. And whereas during his tenure, Mike brought physical inspections current and oversaw process improvements for appraisal, including support of legislative bill to bring the definition of physical inspection current with today's technology. And whereas Mike advocated for changes to the Veterans, Senior, and Persons with Disabilities Exemption Program that ultimately resulted in more qualifying taxpayers, and whereas throughout his career with Pierce County, Mike Lonergan has served on multiple committees and boards relating to the conduct of his office. And whereas under the leadership of Mike Lonergan, the Pierce County Assessor Treasurer's Office has leaned business processes, enhanced customer service, brought back logs current in all areas, and reduced the number of properties involved in the property tax foreclosure auction. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed on this third day of December 2024 by the Pierce County Council that Mike Lonergan is hereby recognized for his 3 terms as elected, nonpartisan Pierce County Assessor Treasurer and commended for an outstanding career and his services to the residents of Pierce County.
Let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Lonergan.
Well, thank you. In view of your lengthy agenda, I certainly will be brief. That was not brief, but I really appreciate it. I want to accept this recognition on behalf of the employees of the Assessor Treasurer's Office who are grinding away right this minute to get the job done. I just looked at a list of employees the other day and realized that of the 78 employees, only 33 were there when I started. So I've hired about 45 people. But that means that I've worked over this 12 years with about 125 unbelievable employees. And they do make it happen. And I want to acknowledge them. And one thing I say to them, and I will share with you, we raise about $2 billion. And unfortunately, even though I've been asked, what does the county do with all that money? The county doesn't get to keep most of that money. That's for schools and fire districts and on and on. But in doing that, I'm able to say to people, if you drove to a library or park on a city street or a county road, that's us. And if you have children or grandchildren in school, then that's us. If you happen to have a police car or fire engine pass you, that's us. So it starts at the Assessor Treasurer's Office for all those functions and a number of others that I won't mention. We have about 330,000 customers, those people who own property in Pierce County. And we do visit every one of those properties every 6 years. So that means we've paid 2 visits to every single property in the county. Vacant lots, homes, businesses, we've been to all of them twice during this time that I've been there. I want to thank the council. You have several times provided the budgetary needs to our office, and most recently, a position that we had asked for and were not able to get a year ago at the start of the biennium. The funds were there, and we acknowledge that you added another needed person in our office, and we really do appreciate that. I do have to throw this in also, as the different names of charities that I have helped were named. Actually, many of those were helped by the employees of the Assessor Treasurer's Office. So those are 78 of the givingest people I have ever met. We have events throughout the year. Right now in our central office inside our department over at the annex, there is a Salvation Army giving tree, gifts being collected for needy children, as we do every year. But also, just this week, they've put out 10 gigantic baskets of gift items for Christmas. We will have a potluck, and we will draw winners, but all the funds raised for that are going to go to the Child Protective Services, where they get all the children that are moving into the foster program because of some horrible experience that they've had. And every child, I do get emotional about this, and I'm sorry, but every child then will get what we call a me bag. They will get PJs and toys and whatever, clothing, underwear, age appropriate, all through the year because of my staff, and I love them. And I appreciate this recognition for them and for me today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lonergan. Before we invite you up here to take a photo with us and give you a small token of our appreciation for your great public service, let me open it up to my colleagues to see what remarks they have. We'll begin with Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mike. As we all heard in the proclamation of some of your bio, you did a lot of good things before you even came to this office. You're cut from the cloth of service, and you brought that spirit into this office. I remember years ago, before I got involved with any of this stuff, the only time I heard about the assessor-treasurer office was some bad news that was in the news and stuff like that. And you came in, you swooped in, and straightened things out, got your team together, and you brought that spirit of service into your office, and like you just explained now, what you're doing for people outside here, and that's essential at the workforce. I also appreciate your proactive approach on some of the things that are really important to our folks out there when it comes to our senior tax exemption. You got out in the community. You didn't just implement it. You got out in the community and explained it. You've come to our towns in Puyallup, Edgewood, and many other towns across the whole county, given that information out, and I've heard a lot of good things from our constituents about that. So thank you for your service. Thank you for your heart that you put your heart into this, and it's well evident, and I appreciate you. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Denson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I will second everything that Councilmember Herrera said. You do have an amazing staff, but you're an amazing leader, and you can just tell how engaged and how sincerely you care, not only about your staff, but the residents of Pierce County. And as Councilmember Herrera referenced, I had the pleasure of working with you and your staff on, I think, 5 senior and disabled property tax exemption programs in my district alone. And I know you've been to everybody else's district too. And I'll just never forget some of the questions that you would receive. And, because you came to all of them, which I so appreciated. And you were able to respond to constituent questions about these really complicated, tax issues in a way that was clear, and it made sense, and it was very transparent and straightforward. And I think that's a real talent. And in addition to the property tax exemption workshops, I know I've come to you a number of times with constituent requests, questions, concerns, and you always respond the same day, and you get on it, and you explain it to me as well as the constituents in a way that we can understand. So I have really, really enjoyed working with you, and just want to thank you for your service to our county.
Thank you, Councilmember Denson. Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. I just really felt very honored to be able to read this because you have done so much and you've always cared. And to reiterate on how helpful you always are, because I've sent emails and you're able to articulate things even where I can understand, and I always appreciate that. And then working on some legislation that, again, is going to be helpful for seniors who are in need. And I also want to comment on how great your quarterly meetings are. I've been able to make several. And you just shine in there, and all of the employees there engaged. They give their reports. You have a bingo card, and I haven't won yet, but I'm still waiting on that. And so you can just see the cohesiveness that goes there with that. And then, of course, the barbecue every year. Mm-hmm. I'm assuming that will be continued.
Oh, yes.
Because that's always fun, especially. I don't think last time they were dumping ice. I'm not certain about that, but that was always intriguing, and they were the fun games to watch. And so there was more than just getting down to the work. And I just, the accomplishments that you have done, and I'm like, where is your wife? Because she's, I know, stellar next to
Absolutely.
you in helping you get all these things done, because I'm, needless to say, a bit envious at how you can accomplish so much in such a short time. It seems a lot of years, but they go by quickly, so it's still a short time. And so I just want to note that, you are appreciated, and we will miss you, and I have your number. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Coover. Councilmember Morrell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Aye.
Mike, known each other for a long time and been through many, many battles together. And you'll appreciate this, I think, more than most will, as I quote, "Well done, my good and faithful servant," is a phrase directly from the Bible, Matthew 25:21.
Yes.
And you have been the embodiment of that through your whole career serving other people. And I really appreciate the example that you set for the present and those that are coming up. So thank you for everything you've done, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Hitchin?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being a leader in our community, and I can only hope that at the end of our careers that we are acknowledged and thanked in such a way because we've earned it with the service that we've done for the people of our county. And so for the many years that you did in your elected service, whether it was the city council or at the county level, but all the things you did in community were just innumerable, and especially it was excited. I actually didn't know about all your investments in the work you did with Child Protective Services, and as somebody who has supported and helped kids entering foster care, that was always one of those things, like they said, we have them. We have a way to kind of support that, and it's because of the generosity of people like you and the leadership that you showed to make that happen. So nothing to do with the Assessor Treasurer's Office, but it was something that was important to you, and you found a way to embody it and make it a reality with your staff and in the community. So thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before I hand it over to Vice Chair Campbell, I want to add my gratitude, Mike, as my colleagues have indicated, and I'm really pleased that Councilmember Coover, in drafting this, not only acknowledged your 12 years in a major leadership role here, but all of your other public service. It's been tremendous. Regionally, at the Puget Sound Regional Council, I know you put a lot of effort into regional governance and regional cohesion, and tremendous work at the Tacoma City Council during really, really difficult times, really turbulent times for this community. And you provided really steady, headstrong leadership during turbulent times, and came in to your current role at a very tumultuous time, and steadied the ship. And your employees are grateful that Pierce County is better for it. And just congratulations, well-earned time off, and whatever you do next, but you've certainly earned it, whatever you decide to do next.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. For those who don't know, I give these comments as being selected by voters to be the one to have to follow in Mr. Lonergan's footsteps. And people ask me what I'm scared most about, and it's living up to the legacy that you've built there. What you did to turn that department around, the fact that you still have 33 employees still there, that low of turnover speaks to your leadership. All you have to do is talk to any of the employees out there, and the respect they have for what you did when you came in, how you helped them, and how you moved that department to where it is. And I think one of the best running departments we have in Pierce County. And, I will be calling on you continuously. When I review this proclamation, I know it touches on a lot of what you've done, doesn't begin to touch on everything that you've done, because your impact has been far beyond. And I think when someone does something great, we should shout it. I shared it at the other one. The first time I really met you, I'd seen you around in the community. There was a big political brouhaha over an award that I had won, and Mr. Lewis would remember this, and the mayor wanted to have a whole public hearing on it or a discussion, and you called me up and said, do you even know this is going on? We're talking about you and you should come on down. And you didn't know me, and you felt that it was important that something that could be impacting me, I should be involved in, or at least in the room when the decision's made. And it was before I was even in elected office, and it really kind of helped guide me as to how someone should operate in public office and have that level of service of making sure everyone's involved.
Thank you.
I can't speak of how highly of the job you've done this last 12 years and how honored I am to be selected to be able to continue that.
And you'll do great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Lonergan, will you join us up here to receive this proclamation, please? We don't have a seal up, but we have a wreath.
All right. Okay, get right in the middle.
Right.
For you.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. One, two, three. I'm going to take a couple more right here. Just hold fast. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. I want to shake your hand.
Okay, everybody.
Thank you.
Everybody, Lottie Dottie.
Okay. See you Thursday. All right.
Thank you, sir. Don't feel retired.
Now you can keep.
Congratulations.
Well, congratulations again, Mr. Lonergan. Thank you so much for your public service. We're going to come back to items that we pulled off of our consent agenda. There are 3 appointment resolutions. The first is Resolution 2024-255. Councilmember Morell for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve R 2024-255.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we approve Resolution 2024-255. Madam Clerk, please read the title into the record.
Proposal number R 2024-255, a resolution of the Pierce County Council confirming the appointment of 2 new members, Shannon Feist and Ted Elhart, and the reappointment of 1 existing member, Andrew Carlson, to the Thunfield Advisory Commission.
Thank you. Ted, we see you in our Zoom room. We would love for you to briefly introduce yourself and share why you wish to serve. Thank you for raising your hand there, Ted. Ted, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. There you are. Ted, we can see you here now as a panelist. Thank you for accepting that invitation. If you can unmute yourself.
There we go.
Welcome.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please briefly introduce yourself and share why you wish to serve.
Yeah, my name is Ted Elhart. I live in the Thunfield area, and I've seen this opportunity to serve the community. And I thought it'd be pretty interesting to do. And after going through the interview, I became, more, I think I could probably help out, or my input could be in there. A little bit about myself. I was retired from the military about 30 years ago as a flight instructor for the Army, mostly helicopters. I'm still licensed in several aircraft, although I don't particularly fly anymore at an age of 72. Recently just retired from Boeing. And so I have a lot of free time on my hand, and I'd like to put my expertise out to maybe help the community make our area a little better.
That is great. Thank you for your willingness to serve. Let me just make sure that Shannon Feist is not in chambers. Please come to the podium. And Andrew, go ahead.
Hi.
Hi there.
Yeah, I'm Shannon Feist. Thank you for having me. Thank you for accepting me as a Thunfield Advisory, not committee, but member. And I'd love to help out any way I can with Thunfield, making it a better place to fly, a safer place. I'm excited about the new plans for the airport. So I'm the chief flight instructor for Clover Park Technical College. So I'm there every day, and I see the goings on every day. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Very cool. Thank you for coming down all this way to introduce yourself.
No problem.
Is Andrew available? Is Andrew here? Okay, we have the benefit of all three of these appointees' background material in our digital packet, so thank you so much. Do any council members have any questions before we open up for a public hearing? I don't see any. This is a public hearing on the appointment of these three individuals, two new members and one reappointment to the Thunfield Advisory Committee. Any member of the public wish to provide comment, starting here in council chambers on this appointment resolution only? Not seeing anybody come forward. Mr. Dominique, anybody in the Zoom room?
For any member of the public that would like to provide comment on proposal number R 2024-255, please press the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. And there are no hands at this time, Chair.
With no hands, we're going to close the public hearing. Are there final remarks by council members? Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to take this time to show appreciation to Shannon and Ted for volunteering for this endeavor, and be encouraged because Andrew is asking for a reappointment, so he's willing to come back and serve again. So these are great roles to help the community out, to help the airport out, to navigate all the challenges that we have to deal with in the environment of running an airport. So thank you, appreciate it, and look forward to interacting with you in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Morrell. Not seeing any other remarks, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the adoption of Resolution 2024-255?
Councilmember Denson.
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera.
Aye.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Aye.
Councilmember Morrell.
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell.
Aye.
Councilmember Krueger.
Aye.
Councilmember Mello.
Aye.
The result of the roll call vote is 7 ayes and 0 nays.
On a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. That brings us to Resolution 2024-256. Councilmember Denson for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I move for adoption proposal number R 2024-256.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Resolution 2024-256. Madam Clerk, please read the title.
Proposal number R 2024-256, a resolution of the Pierce County Council confirming the appointment of 3 new members, Scott Jones, Steve Nixon, and Laurel Kingsbury, to the Tacoma Narrows Airport Advisory Commission.
Thank you. Ms. Long, are you prepared to refund the amendment after we move the amendment?
I can, yes.
Councilmember Denson to move Council Amendment number 1, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move for approval, Council Amendment number 1.
Okay. It's been properly moved and seconded that we approve Council Amendment number 1. Ms. Long.
Thank you. So Council Amendment number 1 revises 2 of the recitals on the front page of your resolution. And what it does is strikes the Gig Harbor Community Plan Area resident and replaces it with airport users. So what that does, and I'll give you a little background on on the commission. The Tacoma Narrows Airport Advisory Commission consists of 10 members, so 4 are community residents and 4 are airport users. And then there are 2 representatives from the Peninsula Metropolitan Park District. So the appointment is simply changing the position for Mr. Jones from the community resident position to the airport user position.
Thank you. Are there questions about Council Amendment number 1 here? Not seeing any. We'll take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 1. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's adopted. Let's start with Scott Jones here in Chambers. We would love for these members to also briefly introduce themselves and share why they wish to serve. Scott, welcome. Please come to the podium.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me today. My name is Scott Jones. I am an airport user at the Tacoma Narrows Airport. I live in Gig Harbor, Washington. Graduated the University of Washington, joined the Air Force, retired in 2022. Really missed service, and so that's why I wanted to volunteer for this today. So I'm really grateful that I have this opportunity to liaise between the airport and the public. And I'm really passionate about introducing children to aviation. I'm really passionate about STEM schools in Gig Harbor and Tacoma, Pierce County, introducing them to aviation. That's one of the big things that I hope to accomplish. I'm also an airport user, as you mentioned. I'm a designated examiner for the FAA, so I provide ratings from everything from the private pilot level all the way to the airline transport pilot level. And I also am employed as a captain at a local airport, SeaTac airport company based in Atlanta, Georgia. So thank you so much for having me today, and I look forward to working with everybody and continuing public service. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you for coming all this way. Steve Nixon's online. Steve, thank you for being here. Love for you to introduce yourself briefly, share why you want to serve.
Thank you, Chair Mello, and esteemed council members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment regarding the confirmation appointments for Tacoma Narrows Airport Advisory Commission. First off, I'd like to thank Executive Dan Meyer for making these appointments for your consideration. I've been on the Board of Commissioners for Penn Park since 2015. During that time, we have continued to build a relationship with Pierce County to ensure that citizens in the community benefit from the services of both entities. This opportunity is just another way to strengthen that relationship and represent our community. In my 34-year career with Gig Harbor Fire, I had the opportunity to develop an understanding of airport operations, and as a frequent visitor still, I think the airport provides much to our community. As a lifelong resident of Gig Harbor, I'm looking forward to serving in this capacity. Unfortunately, Commissioner Laurel Kingsbury was not able to clear her schedule to be able to attend the meeting, but I would like to share on her behalf that she is grateful for the opportunity to serve on the Tacoma Narrows Airport Advisory Commission and is looking forward to representing our community in this way. So thank you again for the opportunity to provide comments, and we look forward to serving.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any questions for these 2 appointees before we open up for a public hearing? Not seeing any. This is a public hearing on the appointment of these members to the Tacoma Narrows Airport Advisory Commission. Any member of the public starting here in council chambers wish to provide comment? Not seeing anybody come forward. Mr. Dominique, anybody in the Zoom room?
For any member of the public that would like to provide comment on proposal number R 2024-256, please press the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. There are no hands at this time, Chair.
Seeing no hands, we're going to close the public hearing. Final remarks by council members. Councilmember Denson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to thank Mr. Jones and Mr. Nixon and Ms. Kingsbury for stepping forward to serve the best airport in Pierce County. They're both wonderful. They're both wonderful, but we really appreciate it. It is a great group of people. I love going to the TNAC meetings. They are super committed. Mr. Jones is obviously no stranger to service, and I'm so excited to know that he's going to be not only shepherding these young aviators, but also giving a lot of other great advice, given his experience with other airports, to make sure that our Tacoma Narrows Airport is fulfilling its potential and being a good community partner as well. As some of you might know, the Peninsula School District is starting an aviation academy in partnership with the Tacoma Narrows Airport. So Mr. Jones's skills and his relationships with young people and passion for serving young people is just going to be perfectly aligned, especially right now. And of course, I've known Mr. Nixon for a long time, while he was with Gig Harbor Fire and now with Penn Met, and an incredible leader in our community, very, very well connected, very passionate about the Gig Harbor community, and as is Laurel, who's a local teacher. So these are just great fits for the Tacoma Narrows Airport, and I know all three of these individuals are going to really help shepherd this airport into the future, so it continues to be a great community partner and fill some new needs and new opportunities in our community. So thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Denson. Thank you all for your willingness to serve. These are great assets that need to be cared for and leveraged, so thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the adoption of Resolution 2024-256?
Councilmember Herrera.
Aye.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Aye.
Councilmember Morrell.
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell.
Aye.
Councilmember Krueger.
Aye.
Councilmember Denson.
Aye.
Councilmember Mello.
Aye.
The result of the roll call vote is 7 ayes and 0 nays.
On a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. Read Resolution 2024-257. Vice Chair Campbell for a motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. Move proposal number R 2024-257.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Resolution 2024-257. Madam Clerk, please read the title.
Proposal number R 2024-257, a resolution of the Pierce County Council confirming the reappointment of one existing member, Thomas C. Utterback, to the Pierce County Parks and Recreation Citizens Advisory Board.
Thank you. Mr. Utterback, thank you for being in our Zoom room and participating here. We'd love for you to briefly introduce yourself and share why you wish to serve again and continue your service.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the council. I've lived in the Mid-County area for about 30 years, Summit Waller area, and Parks and Recreation have always been an important part of life to me and to my family. It's been great to see many of you at parks, ribbon cuttings, and other events in the last couple of years. I'm happy to be a part of this board. I would want to say appreciation for Director Roxanne Miles and her staff who keep our board well informed and listen carefully to our comments on a whole variety of Parks and Rec matters. So I appreciate this opportunity to continue to serve on the board.
Thank you, Tom. Are there any questions for Mr. Utterback before we move to public hearing? Not seeing any. This is a public hearing on the reappointment of Tom Utterback to the Pierce County Parks and Recreation Citizens Advisory Board. Any member of the public wish to provide comment here in council chambers? Not seeing any. Mr. Dominique, anybody in the Zoom room?
For any member of the public that would like to provide comment on proposal number R 2024-257, please press the raised hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. There are no hands at this time, Chair.
Seeing no hands, we're going to close the public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Utterback, for your continued leadership. It's greatly appreciated. There's a lot of work to do, and people really find tremendous value in our Parks and Recreation system. It's one of the major reasons people continue to choose to make Pierce County their home, so thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on Resolution 2024-257?
Councilmember Hitchin.
Aye.
Councilmember Morrell.
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell.
Aye.
Councilmember Krueger.
Aye.
Councilmember Denson.
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera.
Aye.
Councilmember Mello.
Aye.
The result of the roll call vote is 7 ayes and 0 nays.
On a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Utterback. Resolution 2024-249. Councilmember Morel for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we approve proposal number R 2024-249.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Resolution 2024-249. Madam Clerk, please read the title.
Proposal number R 2024-249, a resolution of the Pierce County Council setting the date of an evening District Number 1 Council meeting for Monday, December 16th, 2024 at 6:00 p.m. at Walter E. Nelson Company, 9713 233rd
Last
Avenue
line.
East, Washington.
Thank you. Ms. Long, to brief.
Thank you. So the Pierce County Charter provides that the council shall conduct at least one evening meeting every year in each of the 7 council districts. And the council's rules of procedure provide that the time, place, and dates of those evening meetings be set by resolution. The resolution you're considering today is for the evening District 1 council meeting as stated by the clerk and in the title will be December 16th at 6 p.m. at the Walter E. Nelson Company that's located in Bonnie Lake. And I will just note that this meeting will be in addition to your regular Tuesday meeting scheduled for December 17th. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Councilmember Morel or Ms. Long before we open up for a public hearing? Not seeing any. This is a public hearing on this resolution setting an in-district meeting. Any member of the public here in council chambers wish to provide comment? Not seeing any. Mr. Dominique, anybody in the Zoom room?
For any member of the public that would like to provide, for any member of the public that would like to provide comment on R 2024-249, please press the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. There are no hands at this time, Chair.
With no hands, we're going to close the public hearing. Are there final remarks by council members? I think you're going to get off easy here, Councilmember Morel. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the adoption of Resolution 2024-249?
Councilmember Campbell.
No.
Councilmember Coover.
Aye.
Councilmember Denson.
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera.
Aye.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Aye.
Councilmember Morel.
No.
Councilmember Mello.
Aye.
The result of the roll call vote is 5 ayes and 2 nays.
On a vote of 5 ayes and 2 nays, the resolution is adopted.
Yes, I'll be there.
Resolution 2024-250. Councilmember Denson for a motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move for adoption proposal number R 2024-250.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Resolution 2024-250. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title?
Proposal number R 2024-250, a resolution of the Pierce County Council approving the 2024 through 2025 funding recommendation of the Pierce County Human Services Department for digital literacy and digital equity services.
Thank you. Ms. Merrick to brief.
Thank you, Chair Mello. For the record, Lee Beth Merrick, Council staff. As stated by the clerk in the title, this proposal approves the Human Services Department's funding recommendations for digital literacy and digital equity services. By way of background, the Council's 24-25 biennial budget appropriated $500,000 in American Rescue Plan Act funding for the Human Services Department to competitively allocate funding to providers of digital literacy and digital equity in Pierce County. The appropriation described these services as expanding digital access among communities most impacted by COVID-19. Priority was to be given to providers currently operating in Pierce County with demonstrated experience providing digital literacy and digital equity services. The budget ordinance also directed the Human Services Department to present the draft request for proposal to Council for review prior to publication and present its funding recommendations to the Council for approval. The draft RFP was sent to Council for review on August 15th, 2024, and was publicly released on August 23rd, 2024, with applications due on September 13th, 2024. There were 14 applications submitted, requesting over $4.6 million in funding. The Human Services Department assembled a 4-person application evaluation committee to review and score each application. And then the Human Services Department finalized the funding recommendations and suggested allocating $495,000 to Multicultural Child and Family Hope Center for providing program participants with workshop trainings using a repetitive model, refurbished laptops and hotspots, and 1 year of home internet service. These recommendations were sent to Council on October 30th, 2024. Additional details about the department's application evaluation process and the funding recommendation can be found in Exhibit A of the resolution, which is on page 73 of your packet. So the proposal before you approves the Human Services Department's recommended allocation of $495,000 to Multicultural Child and Family Hope Center for the provision of digital equity and digital literacy services. The equity note is available starting on page 68 of your packet. There is no fiscal impact, and with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Ms. Moore from the Human Services Department is also available.
Ms. Moore, what do you have to add on behalf of the department?
Thank you, Councilmember. I know at the previous meeting, there were questions about Multicultural's attempt to service rural residents. And I just wanted to add that they do plan to service clients in those rural areas. They also have a very robust marketing plan where they plan to create and distribute marketing materials in different languages to outreach those customers as well. So in addition to servicing clients in Tacoma, they also plan to service clients in those rural areas.
Thank you for anticipating that question. I see Director Moss also up. Welcome, Director Moss.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I should have let Carmen know that I was going to be here this afternoon. Libeth suggested that I come and clarify for the record in person. This is for you, Councilmember Morell. I spoke at the Rules Committee last week when you asked a question about the service area. As Carmen just explained, I was wrong in my answer to you that it is not primarily focused on urban and City of Tacoma residents, but this proposal will actually be this project will be carried out in partnership with the Pierce County Library System. Together, they and Multicultural Child and Family Hope Center anticipate that they will serve up to 75% of the clients in rural areas as well as other underrepresented clients. So just happy to make that clarification for you here in person today.
Thank you for doing that. And you also caused him to turn his light off. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Moore, for being prepared and for also anticipating that. Thank you, Director Moss. Do any council members have any questions before we open up for a public hearing? Council Vice Chair Campbell.
Actually, this is more a point of order or a request. I'm hoping that we can, following this one, handle ordinance number 2 on the agenda. That's staffed by Mr. Swanson. Just want to make sure that we have people in the room to do that. But we have people here for it that I think have to leave early. So if we could jump slightly out of order, and I just want to give that as a staffing heads up.
Thank you. So Mr. Swanson, if you can come into the chambers, please. We'll move there shortly. Any other comments before we get to a public hearing? This is a public hearing on Resolution 2024-250. Any member of the public here in council chambers on this authorization to spend American Rescue Plan Act funds on digital literacy and digital equity services? Here in chambers, come to the podium. Not seeing anybody. Mr. Dominique, anybody in the Zoom room?
For any member of the public that would like to provide comment on proposal number R 2024-250, please press the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. There are no hands at this time, Chair.
With no hands, we're going to close the public hearing. Are there final remarks by council members? I just want to thank the department for getting to this point and helping us get these dollars to a organization that is well regarded and is going to do good work throughout Pierce County, and the emphasis in rural areas is really great to see. We have $175 million of American Rescue Plan Act dollars to invest over about 4 years. We're about halfway through investing them. And many of us have said to ourselves that we really want to help the community come out of the pandemic better than we went into it. This is yet another example of doing just that. The pandemic really shined a light on how tied our economy is and people's ability to participate in the economy, participate in social networks and getting access to healthcare and education when they not only have broadband, physical broadband connection, but also just simple digital literacy skills, the basic skills to navigate a computer in this day and age, which many of us, I think, take for granted, but is not second nature to a lot of people. And helping to build that skill of so many folks so they can participate in the economy, participate in learning, in social networks is really, really important. And that's what we're striving to do here is help people build their confidence, build their skill level so they can really participate in those things. This is not really so much about connecting people physically to broadband. We have a whole other initiative about broadband access that's going on. Broadband is one thing. This is about helping folks have the skills to use the device that's shoved in front of them sometimes and forced to use in order to participate. So I'm just really happy we had the foresight to carve out dollars here and getting dollars out into the community to do just that. And you can see by the response, there's a lot of folks who want to help us do this. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the adoption of Resolution 2024-250?
Councilmember Krueger.
Aye.
Councilmember Denson.
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera.
Aye.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Aye.
Councilmember Morell.
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell.
Aye.
Councilmember Mello.
Aye.
The result of the roll call vote is 7 ayes and 0 nays.
On a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. There's been a request that we move to ordinance 2024-557S. It's number 2 under ordinances on our agenda. Vice Chair Campbell for a motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move proposal number 2024-557S.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we approve ordinance 2024-557S. Madam Clerk, please read the title into the record.
Proposal number O 2024-557S, an ordinance of the Pierce County Council related to the Transportation Advisory Commission, amending Chapter 2.103 of the Pierce County Code, Transportation Advisory Commission, to add a new member representing the disabled and mobility challenged community, clarifying the requirement for an annual consultation with the accessible
Last line,
communities effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Swanson to brief.
Thank you, Chair Mello and members of the council. The proposal before you this afternoon would add a 13th member to the Transportation Advisory Commission, or the TAC as we casually call it around here. This new member would be designated to represent the interests of the disabled and mobility challenged community. The proposal also updates some code language for the Transportation Advisory related to how vacancies and removals of members occur, and then also strengthens some language regarding the annual requirement to consult with the Accessible Communities Advisory Commission by simply changing a should to a shall. Makes a big difference on that. In Exhibit A in your packet, you'll see that the actual code changes are detailed, the changes that occurred to the code there. The proposal would take effect on January 1st, 2025. With that, Mr. Chair, we do have council staff available, and there is one administrative amendment that we have.
Thank you. We're going to move to that amendment now. Vice Chair Campbell for a motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move Council Amendment number 1.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 1. Mr. Swanson to brief.
Thank you. Councilmember 1, updates a recital, and it's the 5th recital you'll see in the ordinance. This update just reflects the changes that were made with Committee Amendment 1 in the Economic and Infrastructure Development Committee. The original version of this ordinance specifically designated the Accessible Communities Advisory as having a member on the Transportation Advisory Commission. The amendment in committee broadened that to allow family members and really anybody with background and experience. So we have a much wider pool to represent the interests of the mobility challenge in the disabled community. There was a recital, the 5th recital down, specifically referenced the previous requirement for that position, and the amendment before you would just broaden that language to match what was done in committee with Amendment 1.
Thank you. Any questions about Amendment 1 or remarks? Not seeing any. We're going to take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 1. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's adopted. Any other amendments, Mr. Swanson?
No, there are not.
Any comments before we open up for a public hearing? Vice Chair Campbell.
Just to speak briefly to this proposal, Mr. Hester, who's here in the room, brought it to our attention, and that when it comes to transportation, you want to make sure you have a system that works for everyone, and that we really didn't have we didn't have representation from our disability community advising us on many of the impacts that we need to make sure, when we plan transportation, so many times it's looked at through the windshield of a car, and it's so much more than that. So everyone's ability to get around just day to day. And it became very clear to me earlier this year, caring for someone whose health was declining and then in a wheelchair and having to suddenly navigate the world through the eyes of someone in a wheelchair, and how difficult and how much we fail. And Mr. Hester came along shortly afterwards and said, hey, you guys aren't doing a good job here, and agreed. And so it took us a while, but we got it here. And so I'm honored to be able to make sure that going forward, we at least have that voice in the room. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We're going to open up for a public hearing on this ordinance, which amends the makeup of the Transportation Advisory Commission. Is there any member of the public who wishes to provide comment on this ordinance? Please come to the podium and state. Mr. Hester, we're going to start with you. If you can make your way to the podium here in the middle of the room. Can you safely do that? Someone's going to help guide you to the podium, sir.
I have a microphone for you.
Do you mind guiding him to the podium, because the camera is focused on the podium?
This way.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes to make your remarks. Welcome. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Mello and the rest of the council members, for having me here today. I am here to speak on Ordinance 02-2024-557, which I did have a hand in spearheading, and I am so grateful that you guys are bringing this up for approval today. It's been a long time coming. It's been one of those things that needed to happen. It was a necessity to have that voice in the room. So it's finally going to be there, and this is great. I want to thank everybody who helped me work on this, the TAC, who were very open to the idea, the chair, Larry Levine, who worked in concert with me to make this happen, and then also you guys, because it doesn't go through without you guys. So I appreciate all of the effort and all of the help to include people with disabilities in several ways, and it's proof that the nothing about us without us is starting to work and can work. So again, thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us and for your leadership. Others here in chambers wish to provide comment. Please come to the podium. Please state your name for the record. You too will have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Connor Schultz. I've interacted with most of the members of the council. I'm a community mobilizer with the Safe Streets campaign. I'll actually be heading down to Parkland as soon as I'm cleared up here to work with some of the neighbors down there. I'll be heading down there in a car that I got recently from my grandmother because she's getting up there, and she also just is unable to mentally and progressively physically able to transport herself anymore. Many of the people that I work with down in Parkland, Graham, Orting, so many places face those similar kinds of challenges dealing with their own physical disabilities. And the discussion I was having with Larry Levine, it's kind of a reminder on disability is one of those few groups that everyone is going to end up in at some point or another, barring some sudden end. We're all going to be disabled at one point or another. And it's one of those conditions that you don't recognize what it's like until you're in it. The closest thing I can think of is I used to be a very active runner, long distance, until life circumstances kind of took that from me, and then I started to try and get back into shape. And it hasn't happened yet. I've been trying for the last 4 years because I remember what it was like when I was fully there. And now I'm not there at all. And you don't... Speaking of taking things for granted, you don't recognize what's not there until you suddenly don't have it. And so to be able to get the viewpoint of people who are in that position and to recognize the things, particularly when we're talking about the disabled population, because it helps, they are most dependent on the services that the county and everyone provides. And so it's great that this is something that is being brought forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Anyone else here in council chambers wish to participate in this public hearing? I'm not seeing anybody come forward. Mr. Dominique, anybody in our Zoom room?
Yes, for any member of the public that would like to provide comment on proposal number O, 2024-557S, please press the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. And we have one hand at this time. Larry Levine. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chair Mello and Council. I am Larry Levine, and I am the Chair of your Transportation Advisory Commission. We really appreciate this being brought forward. In Tony's short time serving as a community organization representative on the TAC, it's become very clear to us that we need not only his perspective as a sight-impaired individual, but the perspectives of other folks in the very diverse disabled community in order to make sound transportation recommendations to you all on the council. Able-bodied folks, as well-meaning as they might be, really do not have the personal lived experience and understanding of the challenges that the disabled community members face in trying to negotiate our mobility systems, our infrastructure, the transit, etc. But they deserve the dignity, as do we all, to be mobile in our communities, to get to the destinations that we need to get to, whether it's school, work, home, third places, so that everybody, no matter whether they're able-bodied or not, can make the most of their gifts that they're given in this life and contribute to society So I thank the sponsor. I am particularly happy with the amendments that were adopted today as well. I think that they are very much in the direction of what we need. And on behalf of the TAC, we're looking forward to putting this into effect. And we were just doing some initial discussions earlier today with staff about planning out our 2025 agendas with this in mind. So anticipating that you will be supporting it. Thank you once again, and thank you also to the other folks who've come forward to speak in support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levine.
There are no more hands at this time, Chair.
With no further hands, we're going to close the public hearing. Are there final remarks by council members? I just want to thank my colleagues who have worked on this and the community members who have seen this through. I could not agree more that we will simply build a better, more inclusive transportation system for all when we have the lived experiences of all. So thank you to the members who have worked on this. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the adoption of ordinance 2024-557S?
Councilmember Denson.
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera.
Aye.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Aye.
Councilmember Morell.
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell.
Aye.
Councilmember Krueger.
Aye.
Councilmember Mello.
Aye.
The results of the roll call vote is 7 ayes and 0 nays.
On a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays, the ordinance is adopted. I've had another request to move to item number 3 under ordinances because we're going to save the most difficult for last. So we are at ordinance 2024-566. Councilmember Morell for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for approval, proposal number 2024-566.
And I did not give the staff the heads up that we were doing this, so that is my fault. We have ordinance 20, it's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt ordinance 2024-566. I know Ms. Chapman is making her way into the chambers, and with that, will the clerk please read the title into the record?
Proposal number 2024-566, an ordinance of the Pierce County Council declaring selected timber resources located on county-owned real property as surplus, tax parcel numbers 0619161000 and 0619.
Last line, please.
Pursuant to Chapter 2.110 of the Pierce County Code.
Thank you. Ms. Chapman, I'm sorry for not giving you a heads up that we were skipping around.
Well, I was waiting for Councilmember Campbell to give me a heads up. That's fine. Thank you, Chair. Rebecca Chapman, Council staff. This ordinance grants approval to the thinning and disposing of selected timber resources at the county-owned property in East Pierce County known as Buckley Forest Land Preserve. This is a 200-acre area conserved by Pierce County in 2012 using Conservation Futures funds. The Parks Department hired a forestry consultant who in 2023 provided the Buckley Forest Land Preserve Forest Management Plan. Exhibit B of the ordinance contains a summary of this plan. Prior to the park's ownership, the majority of the forest had been previously clear-cut and densely replanted with Douglas fir seedlings. The proposed thinning of the Buckley Forest Land Preserve has been recommended to promote the health and growth of the remaining trees. This ordinance would grant approval to parks to sell selected surplus timber through a timber sale. The sale would include a pre-commercial thinning of trees not fit for market and commercial thinning in areas of marketable trees. Adoption of this ordinance would result in a public auction for the tree thinning harvest with a minimum bid value of approximately $131,000. Revenues are estimated to be received in 2025 and 2026. The proceeds of this sale would be reinvested into the Buckley Forest Land Preserve to further improve forest health and expand recreational activities. I'm happy to assist with any questions, and we also have Dee Dee Corsica-Sfog, Jessica Stone, and Kimberly Freeman from the Parks Department available on Zoom.
Thank you. Do any of the department staff wish to add anything?
Not at this time.
Ms. Freeman, thank you for making yourself available and your work on this. Any council members have any questions before we open up for a public hearing? Not seeing any. This is a public hearing on ordinance 2024-566. Any member of the public here in council chambers wish to provide comment? Please, you're welcome. Thanks for being here. We invite you to the podium. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to make your remarks, and as you can see, there's a timer to your right.
I'm Kenny Loy. I am a recent property buyer in Buckley. I'm neighboring the forest preserve. As I am glad it's going to get thin because it is pretty thick in there. I'm also concerned about how you're going to get all the logs out. The road. I haven't seen much for what's going to be done for maintenance, repairs, any of that stuff. The road hasn't been maintained in years. It's been blocked for I don't know how many years. I think they've owned it for 12 years now, with very little maintenance. There's culverts that are rotten. They're short now because it's rotten away. It's eroding the side. This is a big concern to me because the Parks Department's used poor road condition, potential landslide hazard as a reason to not sign a utility easement with PSC for me to build my own home that's past this. And I used Burnett easement 660, which does go through the parks property. I can't get power through there. So with the road being in disrepair and they're using that against me, how can they use the same road without hardly any repairs or maintenance to use 300 plus logging trucks at 88,000 to 105,000 pounds to go over that road? So I'm asking you to table this to try to get some clarity, hopefully, because is the road in disrepair? Is it a potential landslide hazard like they say? With my other digging, which you'll hear more about later. And my experience with all this is I worked for a logging company building logging roads, maintaining logging roads. This is what I've done. And for Forest Service practices is you're required to replace X amount of culverts, whatever, depending on the timber sale, rock into certain areas and all that, and then it goes for a pre-haul inspection. And I don't see any of the maintenance in the packet. So I'm asking you to table this so we can try to get some clarity on it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else here wish to provide comment? Please remember to state your name for the record. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. John Loy. I'm asking the council to delay approval of this ordinance until Pierce County Parks provides a detailed plan identifying the road maintenance that we've done to prepare 134th Street East for the heavy commercial traffic the thinning project will require. In 2012, Parks purchased the property known as Buckley Forest Preserve, along with a private road known as 134th Street East. This private road easement is maintained by the property owners. I've talked with neighbors and asked Parks what maintenance they have performed on 134th Street East, and was unable to verify that Parks had done any maintenance on 134th Street East. In 2013, Parks received complaints from neighbors regarding the use and lack of maintenance on 134th Street East. Parks was using the private easement to allow public access to the Buckley Forest. This practice of allowing public access stopped after Parks received a cease and desist order from an attorney. In October 2023, Parks received 2 geotechnical studies, one for the thinning project and one for the future trailhead/road widening of 134th Street East to provide public access. Both studies concluded that 134th Street East was stable and there were no active landslide hazard areas existing within 300 feet of the site. The only 2 concerns were 2 culverts on park property that were undersized and failing, allowing the embankment to be eroded and undermine 134th Street East. To date, these culverts have not been replaced. In April of 2024, we met with Park Superintendent Kimberly Freeman. She told us Parks is not going to replace the 2 failing culverts until after the thinning. The culverts would be replaced as part of a road widening project. They did not want to pay to replace them now and again later when they widen the road. The gravel on the road is thin and the base is showing through, and it would require more gravel, which their determination is much less than that. Where was I? got lost. If parks followed best management practices, they would have already replaced the 2 failing culverts to stop further erosion. They also would have already, or as part of the thinning project, put a new top course of crushed rock down to protect the road base. The COHP and the DNR's FPA both do not address obvious needs to maintain 134th Street East before heavy logging trucks begin hauling. Without a detailed road maintenance being part of the thinning project, parks will not follow best management practices. I do not want 134th Street East to end up on the same way the bridge on the Foothills Trail did. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in council chambers? Not seeing anybody else in council chambers. Anyone in the Zoom room, Mr. Dominique, on this item?
For any member of the public that would like to provide comment on proposal number O, 2024-566, please press the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. And there are no hands at this time, Chair.
With no hands, we're going to close the public hearing. Are there questions or comments by council members? Councilmember Murrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there again a response is due to the neighbors. This has been a somewhat contentious issue since the Buckley Forest Preserve was purchased. I think there needs to be a resolve to this road issue, to the maintenance, and I think the Parks Department needs to get the community, the neighbors involved. So with that, I would like to table this ordinance for 2 weeks because I'm out of town next week. So it'd be the 17th. And then we could continue it on the 17th. So that would be my motion to continue ordinance 566 to the meeting of the 17th of December.
Second. It's been properly moved and seconded that we continue ordinance 2024-566 to the meeting of Tuesday, December the 17th. Are there any further questions or comments about the motion in front of us? Vice Chair Campbell.
Not debating it, just want to get clarity how we're going to get this information out to the people who are asking the questions. Will it just be at the meeting on the 17th, or will we have it in some other format in between?
Councilman Murrell?
I would hope that the Parks Department could engage the community prior to the meeting on the 17th to have these discussions. I don't want to wait till the 17th and then get direction to the Parks Department. I think the Parks Department is totally capable of engaging with the neighbors at this point and can respond back to us on the 17th as far as the progress they've made. Thank you.
Thank you for asking for the clarity, and I know department leadership has heard the discussion.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman.
Yes.
Are there any other questions or comments? The motion in front of us is to continue ordinance 2024-566 to the meeting of Tuesday, December the 17th. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The motion's adopted. Thank you. We are coming back to item 1 of our agenda under ordinances. That's ordinance 2024-553S2. Councilmember Denson for a motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move for adoption proposal number O 2024-553S2.
Second. It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt ordinance 2024-553S2. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title into the record?
Proposal number O 2024-553S2, an ordinance of the Pierce County Council related to critical areas, adopting amendments to Pierce County Code Chapter 18.25 definitions and Title 18E Development Regulations, critical areas, to update the county's critical area regulations using best available science consistent with the Growth Management Act, adopting findings of fact, and setting an effective date.
Thank you. Just for everyone's awareness, the time is about 4:40 p.m. I plan on calling a brief recess shortly after 5, somewhere between 5 and 5:15. So just reminding people of that. We have 4 amendments I'm aware of to debate after a staff and department briefing, and then a public hearing, and then final consideration. So we'll see how far we get before I call for a brief evening recess. So with that, I'm going to call on Ms. Rhett Hunt of council staff to brief the council.
Thank you. Erica Rhett Hunt, council staff. Proposed ordinance 2024-553S2 updates critical area regulations as part of the comprehensive plan periodic review and update. It addresses critical areas for the uplands or those outside of shoreline jurisdiction. Now, a separate package that addresses critical areas in shoreline jurisdiction was passed yesterday out of CDEC, so the council will see that soon. Critical areas are places of environmental sensitivity, and those that pose a hazard to life and property. They include wetlands, flood hazard areas, critical aquifer recharge areas, fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas, and geologically hazardous areas. Achieving no net loss of ecological functions and processes is a core principle of the update. Best available science was used to develop regulations to ensure no net loss. And mitigation sequencing is also applied to prevent the loss of ecological processes and functions by offering a prioritized list of measures to first avoid and then limit impacts. The department prepared an equity note for this proposal and declared it to have a de minimis fiscal impact. The proposal was included in the environmental review with the comprehensive plan update, and an FEIS was published on November 20th, completing environmental review. Several amendments were discussed on November 12th by council, and those that were passed were rolled into the substitute number 2 that's before you tonight. There are 4 additional amendments for discussion today. We don't have a presentation by the department, but we do have Mr. Robert Perez available for questions if needed.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Do you have anything to add on behalf of the department?
I'll keep this very brief. My name is Robert Perez, Senior Planner for Pierce County in Long Range Planning. I just wanted to congratulate everyone on actually getting to this point, as this has been 2 years worth of work, and I came on fairly late in this process, but it's been a wonderful journey to get here, and we enjoyed both the public comments that we received and responding to those, as well as the questions by council and council staff. So I'll be available for any questions as you move through your amendments.
Thank you for your positive attitude. Do any council members have any questions of council staff or department staff before we get into a discussion about amendments? Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I move all the amendments, 1 through 4, right now?
No, sir.
Oh, trying to speed things up. Well, just say yes. We're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Morrell. Any other questions? Okay, we're going to discuss amendments, then we're going to open up for a public hearing, starting in council chambers and then moving to the Zoom room. So with that, we have amendment number 1 before us. Councilmember Denson for a motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move adoption of council amendment number 1.
Second. It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt council amendment number 1. Ms. Rhett Hunt.
Council amendment number 1 is a technical amendment that adds the date of FEIS publication to the ordinance, as well as sets an effective date of February 1st, 2025.
There are questions about council amendment number 1? Not seeing any, we'll take a voice vote on the adoption of council amendment number 1. All those in favor of adopting, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The motion is adopted. We're at Council Amendment number 2. Councilmember Morel for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt Council Amendment number 2.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 2. Ms. Brett Hunt.
Council Amendment number 2 would modify the riparian protection area buffer on type F streams from the proposed 200 feet to 150 feet.
Thank you. Questions or? Councilmember Morel, speak to your motion.
Yes, this is a great amendment, and it deserves support. This is on type Fs. What I directed staff to do was to look at the other jurisdictions in the Puget Sound region, and the common setback was 150 feet. So being the guy that I am, I said, let's do 150 feet, and here we are with 150 feet. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Morel.
Well, you being who you are, me being who I am, I think I may have an amendment to this. This did come up previously with him at 170, and I said I wasn't quite at 170. If we could find a number between 170 and 200, I could probably get there. And so Councilmember Morel, you came back with 150. Which makes me think I should go 210. But I would like to make an oral amendment to amend the number from 150 to 175.
I will accept that oral amendment.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we amend the amendment. It's been properly moved and seconded that we amend the amendment to read 175 feet for type F streams. Remarks on the amendment to the amendment. Councilmember Denson.
Well, I hate to break up the collaboration here and appreciate the compromising, we'll see how this goes. I just wanted to make a comment that 200 feet is what is recommended by the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and we did hear from staff earlier that 2 of the 3 of our neighboring counties, Kitsap and King, both have 200 as their rural buffers. Their urban buffers were smaller. Kitsap was 150, and I think King was 180. But as I think about the buffers, a lot of what is in our urban areas is already pretty well developed, being urban areas. And so what we're most concerned about, in my opinion, is probably what's in the rural areas. So I still like the 200 number that we started with and that was proposed by the department and Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. So I will be a no on the amendment, but I do appreciate the collaboration, and if it passes, I will support the underlying amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Chair. And a study was mentioned from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I think there was secondary studies that also had a different outcome. Ms. Hunt, can you possibly speak on that?
So in the supplement to our best available science report, which specifically addresses the different types of science that are out there for riparian areas, it does look at different methodologies of computing the appropriate buffer for type F streams. And I know that we've gone through the details of that before, so I'll jump to the end. Based on that report, the method that's used by the Department of Natural Resources would support a 170-foot buffer for type S stream, or I'm sorry, type F streams.
Great. And was that report a little bit more detailed to the area that they're studying, like Pierce County? Its area could be something different than what's in King County, the ground, what's happening on the ground. Is that right?
So part of the best available science for looking at the appropriate buffer width has to do with soil type information. In the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife model does not have the same type of updated soil information specific to Pierce County. The DNR system is based on soil information that is a little more broad, but what some of the technical analysis in that report basically says that while a 200-foot buffer would be recommended for the highest class of soil types, Pierce County doesn't have any of the highest class of soil types. Thus, that system would recommend 170 foot.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments about the amendment to the amendment here in Council Amendment number 2? Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote on the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor of adopting the amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Nay. By my ear, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. I'm pausing to see if anyone's going to challenge me. Seeing none, we have the Council Amendment number 2 as amended before us with 175 feet. Are there any final remarks? Seeing none, we're going to take a voice vote on Council Amendment number 2 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed, nay. The motion is adopted. We're at Council Amendment number 3. Councilmember Cruver for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move Amendment number 3 to 2024-553S2.
Second. It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 3. Ms. Ritt-Hunt.
Council Amendment number 3 would remove the classification of type O stream. So this would both strike the definition in Exhibit A as well as remove the regulatory buffer on the buffer table in Exhibit B.
Thank you. Councilmember Cruver, to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Chair. The reason for having this removed is it is what is determined as an insignificant water, and so much so that the state doesn't even regulate it. And while it's identified, it is subject to all of the standards that we already have with our water. So it's going to be captured in the stormwater management or the public works management manuals. And also, to add to that, where I kind of like sometimes to get last minute information, where there are internal understandings and external understandings. And for me, I'm not a layman, and so I'm trying to look at this in, with the impact that it has to those who are not within the industry. But then when you hear from someone who is in the stormwater management, they're wetland consultants, and they explain things in a different manner, it opens up exactly what's going on. And so that's what I want to take the time right now to share the importance of eliminating the type O, in that a lot of things are within the definition. So when you look into the footnote, it looks like it's accidentally trying to include agricultural ditches or roadside ditches rather than exclude them. And that a perennial or seasonal defined channel with a bank fill width could apply to any constructed natural ditch-like feature, including the ones that they're trying not to include. And so the only thing that it excludes is a constructed stormwater line with no natural waters, but even that exclusion isn't clear enough to guarantee that a future code reviewer wouldn't assign the type O designation. The open water term is such a loose term that it doesn't describe anything new. An area of seasonal perennial standing water is already reviewed and included or excluded from regulation based on existing wetland criteria. So an area of seasonal perennial moving water will have downstream connections that causes it to be viewed under wetland delineation or stream typing criteria already in place. And just to add, referring to the existing definitions, stream definition refers to natural waters, which the definition of that is areas where surface water has produced a channel or bed and includes bedrock, gravel beds, and sand or silt beds. Natural waters may also include swales, which lack a channel or bed if such areas are connected to fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas. And so the natural water includes man-made drainage ditch channels that result from modification to natural water course or wetland, and excludes only artificial channels. And one of the other things that was noted, that if we have type O into our plan, that the state, or perhaps it was ecology, will not accept our stormwater regulations. I believe it was the stormwater to find that. And so because of the insignificance of this, and because of how it can be interpreted in different ways and because they are already regulated in one way or another, I'm asking that this be removed from the plan, from the ordinance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Krueger. Councilor Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I just had a couple questions on this. So we currently regulate type O as a county?
Correct.
Okay. And then the other portion, we had conversation during study session. For me, it's concerning, like, that's a lot of really good information, Councilmember Krueger, but I don't think I've had enough time to digest it and hear from our staff. So I would really struggle to vote yes on this amendment without further information. So my question to staff is, while this is a comprehensive plan and we do this once every 10 years, is this something that could be changed in 2 years? I think we can do this regularly. We come back and we do minor changes, and this could take some time to really make sure that we're not the unintended consequences of this, just deletion.
Sure. So while this is part of the overall comprehensive plan update, this is actually regulatory language. It's the only regulatory language that we have because GMA, Growth Management Act, requires jurisdictions to update their critical areas ordinances concurrently, or sometimes jurisdictions do it slightly before, but basically with their comp plan updates. So these are regulatory. So at any time, the issue could be reviewed and this could be changed with a vote of the council.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Campbell.
That helps. The answer to that, because that says we can come back and work on this if we need. We have type O in there, and I understand that that's not congruent with some other things, but we have it there. Do we have an inventory of the type O identified properties available at this time?
So perhaps Mr. Perez could speak differently, or speak to this. I don't think that we do. Many of these type O waterways are going to be discovered upon site inspection and at the time of a proposal. But I stand to be corrected if Mr. Perez has different information.
We have an incomplete inventory of those streams. They're currently classified as either type N1 or type N2. We just combine those into a type O that captures both of those and kind of split the difference there, making it 65 foot instead of a mix between 120 and 65, I believe it is. But the only ones that we have inventoried are ones when we've done reviews of that stream. So it's usually associated with development. Then we have that record. It would take additional work to inventory all of the streams within Pierce County.
So so you go to review something right now and you say it's somewhere between an O or an N, and we'll work a buffer somewhere in between the 65 and a 115.
There's a slight difference between, the way it is now, and pardon me because I am not a biologist by trade in that regard, but there is a type N1 and a type N2 in our current 18E code. The biologists and it'd be our biologists at the county and the biologists that are hired by an applicant and a property owner, they would compare what they've determined to be that stream type, and it is based off of what the guidance from state agencies and our regulations are. Once they make that determination, then they set what that buffer is based on whether it falls in the category of N1 or N2. We've just simplified it to make it type O and set it at a 65-foot buffer.
So if we eliminate type O,
then we would be eliminating effectively under our current code type N1 and type N2.
I would like to interject. I think it's worth noting that in the critical areas ordinance in general, the county proposes to adopt a water typing system that is consistent with the state water typing system. Mm-hmm. The current system that we have now is a Pierce County specific system that was developed decade and a half, 2 decades ago, and has been in place specific to Pierce County. It is now outdated, and so that's why the critical area regulations propose to go with the state system. Mr. Perez is talking about the difficulties of applying that system now and how it's applied now. In the future, when someone comes and they have such a small stream, it would go through the same process of being evaluated by professionals, either hired through the county or hired by the property owner as a third party. They would go through and they would determine what's the appropriate type of the stream using the typology criteria, and then the appropriate buffer would be applied.
And if we take this action, O couldn't be one of those options.
Correct.
So if right now something would be declared a 65-foot buffer, but that's not available, then it's going to get moved to an N classification buffer.
No, it may just not be captured at all and not protected. Removal of typo would mean that there would be no classification for that, and if it doesn't qualify as a higher level stream, then it wouldn't be protected by the regulations. Now, it may be protected under wetlands, like Councilmember Krueger was saying, but it would have to have a physical connection to that wetland, whether it's, it would have to be a subsurface connection.
Right, and O is kind of a catch-all, so while it does include some of the man-made ditches or just something might have been trenched or something like that, it also includes some that may be naturally occurring.
It's specific to naturally occurring. Like there is that language that says, not man-made ditches. What is it? Culverts or something like that.
Okay, so this is naturally occurring elements that wouldn't fall under the N classifications, and now we wouldn't be classifying them. We'd probably more fall into the wetland than classification, which is a higher standard or a lower standard than streams?
It's different.
Different standards. Fair enough. That's the hard part about and this really coming at the last minute, why we really vet a lot of this out in committee. I'll stop for now and let others ask questions.
Councilmember Morell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Interesting. Mr. Perez, could you identify a type O water type in the dry season?
There's methodologies that can be used to determine that, but once again, I'm not a biologist. I can't legally identify anything in that regard.
I was just kind of curious because by nature, this isn't technically a stream. It is basically something that occurs usually during the wet season and then, goes back into the subgrade and thus starts a cycle. So is someone developing a piece of property and I have someone come out there from the county to take a look at my design, my storm, how are they going to find this?
So generally, as just a sort of, I guess, peek behind the curtain as far as development goes, when there's a suspicion that there is one of those typo streams or what will be classified as a typo stream, the biologist will essentially piggyback on the requirements of the health department to do wet season analysis for like septic systems, and they'll go out at the same time as those analyses are being done.
Nicholas, what do you have to add on behalf of the department?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to give an example to Commissioner about what would be a non-seasonal, actually a perennial version of this stream. So if you consider a steep slope that has a spring running from it, those springs can be year-round. They will actually channelize as they run from that steep slope and then re-infiltrate later on. I can use anecdotes for that if you like, as far as those being water sources for rural areas at times.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Coover.
Thank you, Chair. In the last example, and that would have some sort of a regulation to it. It would, if it's going to be in a critical area, that it's going to have to meet mitigation sequencing. Is that not correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And so the mitigation sequencing is going to be managing that, and it would be regulated in some term of the effect that that water is having. Would that be correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
So it's not like we're getting water with no way to make sure that it's not damaging or affecting wetlands or doing something. Because I'm thinking, because if the state doesn't even consider it to be needed to be recognized, what is so important about it in Pierce County that it needs to have some kind of identification beyond what the standards already are?
Well, I mean, like the example that Nicholas gave of a spring or something like that, there is small enough springs that would generally kind of fall outside of most of the regulatory requirements. And so that does capture that with a 65-foot buffer. In some instances that may not be enough, but that's what our regulation is aiming to at least provide minimum protections in those instances.
Because it just kind of seems that there's so many different interpretations that it could cause a lot of angst, I would think, in the department in going back and forth with different biologists, different professionals, and that. And one of the other parts that I didn't mention that had come from the consultant who does wetland specific is that the justification for including type O is unclear, so it's already that to the professionals. And it says the gap analysis tries to connect type O to the county's current type N2 designation, which you brought that up earlier. However, the type N2 designation isn't specific to isolated streams. It is more applicable to seasonal streams that feed other seasonal streams rather than isolated streams that fully infiltrate. Is that correct?
And once again, generally speaking, yes, those were tied together as sort of providing similar protections to what we currently have. And so we didn't try to remove protections that we already have in our regulations when designing the new regulations.
And what was the other point? Come back to me in a minute. For riparian areas. Now those are highly regulated and will be. So if there is a type O water that's in a riparian area, what can happen with that? Does that not also add to where, oh my gosh, we might have bigger buffers and we're just not going to have, I mean, it's high, increases regulations to a point that really aren't conducive to good business.
Are you concerned, I'm just asking a clarifying question, are you concerned that a type O may be connected to like a type F stream and that it may increase its buffer due to that?
No, well, if it's in the area and there is a type O stream, but there's another regulation that applies with another area, what happens? Are you going to add the buffers? Oh, this is here, so that's going to be this buffer, and this is here, is going to be that buffer, and we're just taking away available land. I guess I'm just not understanding the criticalness of having a type O when it's not really helping anything in the sense that things are already covered through regulation or through a stormwater manual or through agricultural standards, those kinds of things.
Well, removing the type O would mean that it isn't covered by those necessarily. There is exemptions in the code, and there is areas where there's the applicability. If it doesn't fall within those applicabilities, then it's not managed by the critical area ordinance, and so it may or may not be covered by other regulations. There is no analysis that staff has done on whether that would be still protected.
I guess I don't understand why ours is different if it is saying that there are waters that wouldn't be protected without having that type O label, but yet it's not that important in other areas. What's the?
Well, and if you'd like, I can dig more deeply into the data and how that was designed in that particular aspect for typo. But it is similar to what we have today, and it's actually condensed 2 areas into one.
I do think that one of the issues with the fact that we have type O stream, an equivalent of type O protected today, it comes back to the bigger issue of no net loss. And so if we have those areas protected, it's providing some protection against the net loss of habitat, water quality, et cetera, that come with, in general, the protection of critical areas.
But they already have to go through a mitigated sequence if it's in a critical area.
They would not have to go through mitigating sequencing with this amendment in place because there would be, because it would not be regulated. If waters that qualify as type O are not regulated, the critical area regulations don't apply. They could be filled, anything could happen to them. Mm-hmm. They wouldn't be subject to mitigation sequencing. Now, in the case that you spoke about, in some cases, maybe they would be picked up as part of a wetland or some other type of a system, right? But overall, the amendment would say that critical areas don't apply to waters in this category.
I'm going to ask us to move along. I really don't think this amendment is ready for prime time, and I appreciate the conversation, but clearly there's not enough information, and I don't think these water bodies should be unprotected. I think we should respectfully vote the amendment down. Are there any other remarks on Amendment 3? Vice Chair Campbell.
And I'll just be brief, concur with what you said there. Sounds like committee work needs to be done on this. And I think you all should take it up next year, but I'll be a no vote on this tonight.
Thank you. Any other remarks? We can always bring it up if we get better information. I think the department has done thoughtful work, and I think there's unintended consequences by adopting this amendment. We're going to take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Nay. The amendment is not adopted. We have Amendment number 4 before us. Council Vice Chair Campbell for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I move for consideration Council Amendment number 4.
Second. It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 4. Ms. Hunt.
Council Amendment number 4 would increase the size of exemptions for Category 4 wetlands, and it would also allow an exemption for Category 3 wetlands. So currently in the proposal, category wetlands are exempt from adherence to the regulation if they are 4,000 square feet or less. The amendment would change that exemption to 6,000 square feet or less. Currently on the books today, we have 10,000 square feet or less. And then for Category 3 wetlands, the proposal would create an exemption for Category 3 wetlands less than 2,000 square feet. The proposal does not have an exemption for Category 3 wetlands. And on the books today, we have an exemption of 2,500 square feet for Category 3 wetlands.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak to this amendment? Vice Chair Campbell?
I was going to say, this was something that Councilmember Morrell brought up before. I didn't have certainty on it, wanted to go back to more information, had a lot of discussion with staff. I think Councilmember Morrell really addressed the need that we had out there, just making sure that some of these really small stranded wetlands and that we had a process for dealing with them. I can let Councilmember Morrell talk a little bit more to it, but after asking him to give me more time to work on it, found that it is something that I can support.
Any other remarks on Council Amendment number 4? Councilmember Denson.
Yes, thank you. I just had a question given the discussion we just had about the previous one and no net loss. Is there anything that we need to be thinking about with this amendment?
So the information on no net loss for wetland categorical exemptions of wetlands here, the information comes from the Department of Ecology guidance. So Department of Ecology guidance, essentially, in a nutshell, it says that some level of exemption causes net loss, but they don't know what the number is. The recommended number, based on their reading of best available science for Western Washington, are the numbers that are in the proposal. But the numbers in the proposal are their best guess for Western Washington. And they're part of their model ordinance.
So we don't really know for sure.
We don't know for sure.
The numbers that they have are at the 4,000, but that's just their best guess.
That's based on their reading of science. That's what they included in their model ordinance.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Morell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time and the conversation between my colleagues on this one. You know, we've had the current exemption in the rules and regs for quite a while, and there has never been a time that I have seen that they've proven that with the 10,000 feet there's even any net loss. And so when I dove into a little bit deeper and found out Department of Ecology model out there, it's not specific to our area. So in consulting some of the commissions, the Ag Commission and a few others, you know, they just pointed to the fact that 10,000 feet we haven't had any net loss. So for me, working with Councilmember Campbell, 6,000 is a reasonable number, even though I think it should be 10. But there again, the art of compromise. And so I think this is a good middle ground. Thank you.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this amendment. I appreciate the discussion, but the Puget Sound Partnership and the Department of Ecology has documented significant loss of wetland function, which is a really essential habitat type in Puget Sound for the past couple of decades. And I believe the department has done good work here in landing on a proposal that is based on best available science, and so I cannot be supporting this at this time. Vice Chair Campbell.
And I will submit that if this passes, that like the previous one coming back next year can come back for further study if others need to see the depth of study that some of us were able to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other remarks on Council Amendment number 4? We're going to take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 4. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? Nay. By my ear, the amendment is adopted. Ms. Redhahn, are there any other amendments on the critical areas ordinance?
No, that was the last amendment.
Thank you. We're going to take a 20-minute recess. We're going to come back at about 5:40, not about. We're going to come back at 5:40. There's restrooms in the hallway on either end of the hallway. We're going to be in recess till 5:40 p.m. Well, welcome back. The council is back from its evening recess. The time is 5:45 p.m. Before we went to recess, the council considered 4 different amendments. We're on ordinance 2024-553S2. This is the critical areas update. Do Do any council members have any questions before we open up a public hearing? I'm not seeing any. So we're going to go ahead and open up a public hearing on the critical areas update. I'm going to go by those who took the time to sign in. We're going to start with Josh Hosford. Let's start with you, Josh.
Hi, my name is Josh Hosford. I live at 28812 Hinkleman Road, Buckley, Washington. I'm the president of Citizens Alliance for Property Rights in Pierce County. I'm also a builder and developer, so I guess I'll speak to this mainly. This ordinance is a builder developer. So the number one cost, the number one issue on every project that we go through, and I typically do plats of 50 to 100 lots for production, first-time home buyers, is the environmental piece. So if the goal of this comp plan was affordability, passing at the same time as the comp plan a 200-page update to the critical areas regulation cancels out any increase in density, because you're removing significant portions of the developable land left in the county. So if this process was to be done correctly, and this was mentioned earlier, which so I appreciate, that the critical areas ordinance should have been done prior to the comp plan. So you update the critical ordinance, you then update the buildable lands report to reflect what you've negotiated in the CAO update. Then you do the comp plan to see if you have the appropriate densities in order to meet the growth targets. So the way it's being done now, all mashed together with a buildable land study that wasn't done years ago, I could give you 100 examples of property that you believe in these urban growth areas. Let's just use South Hill as an example. There's a 3-acre piece that with these new buffers and these new regulations and this new sequencing, you think you're going to get 24 units and you're going to magically get 40 units. That doesn't exist. It doesn't happen. So your math is completely blown up. And so over time, and I apologize to staff for all the work that you've done, because you've done a lot of work on this. This is a massive document. But I'm telling you, from the industry, from someone who does this for a living, the numbers, the math doesn't math. And so it's just disappointing that this was done the way it was done. I think it's a failure of leadership. Whoever made the decisions to do it this way, it was a big mistake. There's things within the critical areas ordinance itself that the Burke study references, which is the basis for this gap study that was done, that says things like probably or maybe affect. And so when you take that and you just automatically update to whatever these gaps are based on what the state is saying, you get a document that is a drastic update of everything that Burke is saying is missing or including, the whole laundry list. And so this hasn't been lensed at all of what's affordable. So I'll use this as the last example. If I wash my hands once, is my hands clean? If I wash them 10 times, are they cleaner? So if I take a buffer from 200 feet and turn it into 300 feet, is that better?
Thank you.
Potentially.
Thank you. Anyone else here in council chambers wish to provide comment on the critical areas ordinance update? Please come to we're on the critical areas ordinance update, not the comprehensive plan update. But anyone wishing to provide comment on critical areas update, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
I have some handouts. Hi, my name is Pete Waymiller from Gig Harbor, Washington, 10212 36th Street Northwest. And I have some handouts. I want to thank you again for being data-driven. Can't hear me while I'm doing this. Okay. Thank you. Here you go. Thanks. Gonna have to wait till you have these. But anyway, I want to thank you for being data-driven in something so significant as protecting the quality of essential natural resources from the impacts of climate change and future development. I respectfully disagree with the first speaker here. The net loss is obvious. The best available science is clear. why we're negotiating the best available science, I don't know. I don't know who the heck we think we are. But you're challenging the Washington Fish and Wildlife or the Department of Ecology or, UW, Climate Impacts Group or IPCC or NOAA. I mean, who are you? Anyway, go through this if we could real quickly. A lot of different data here. It's going to help better inform your decisions. And it starts right off with this, and I'm sorry, some people didn't get this because my copy ran out of color, so ink. So anyway, if you look at it here, you can see this is just really up-to-date information here. You can see that we're going to be seeing differences in precipitation and normal temperatures, just crazy amounts. And continuing on, you see an executive summary, and this comes from the water year report from the University of Washington SIG, and you can see here the impacts to our water supplies, and that's going to be critical. And here's some more sector-specific water impacts, and direct your attention here to the things in quotes here. We're seeing early loss of snowpack, high flows. Of course, this is 2023, but and it's going to come back again. And we have high flows associated with wetter than normal April, rapid loss of snowpack. And so, again, these are things that are happening and have been happening. And that's why we have habitat loss and habitat degradation and endangered species and streams that are not sustainable for salmon anymore. We've got to fix it. And we are. And we are. This next page here is a great program. This is by Probable Futures, and they've taken in all kinds of data, and you can go onto this line. It's interactive, it's fun, it's informative. It'll tell you what is predicted. And you can see here in this first one here, this is for recent 1-degree temperature changes in our environment, and you can see we got quite a bit of water there. And then the next year, you can see that with the impending 1.5 degrees Celsius, which we will reach, we're going to see quite a bit more water.
Thank you. 3 minutes goes by quickly.
Yes, it does. I know. There's a lot of information there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the handouts and the information. Anyone else here in council chambers wish to provide public comment on the critical areas ordinance? Not seeing any. Let's move to the Zoom room. Mr. Dominique.
For any member of the public that would like to provide comment on proposal number O 2024-553S2, please press the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. And we have 5 hands at this time. First is caller ending in 890. Please state your name for the record. And you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Pierce County Council. My name is James Halmo. I reside in the Graham County Plan area. I was listening with regard to the amendment number 3, which you did not pass. But I want to give you an example from Graham in the future when you look at this issue. Graham Hill, about 940 feet high. On this northeast corner, there is a saddle. In that saddle, there is a series of springs. Water flows 365 days a year from those springs down Graham Hill, going north. It's then piped under Meridian State Highway 161, and then flows to the west, and then is channeled by pipes onto the Graham Town Center and comes out on the west side and disappears about 300-400 feet after that. According to the Muck Creek Basin Plan, that water then flows underground and connects to the southwest with the headwaters of Muck Creek. And now what's important is what is the buffer for this particular body of water? You will find it on the 1904 timber cruiser maps that were used by the county for tax purposes to levy how much money they would get from cut timber. So I think this is important that there is a body of water like this, no doubt others in the county, but I think you need to take a look and make sure that this type of body of water is protected and then has a significant buffer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Helmo.
All right. Next, we have Emily Atkins. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can I be heard? For some reason, my Zoom crashed.
We can hear you fine, Emily.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello and good evening. My name is Emily Atkins. I'm the Critical Area Ordinance Coordinator, actually with the Shorelands Environmental Assistance Program at Department of Ecology. Thank you all for your time. I am very glad to have had the opportunity to communicate and work with the planning staff for quite some time on the Critical Area Ordinance update to give feedback and advice on the wetland portion of the critical area update. A lot of good updates have been made. However, I would like to clarify our guidance on the wetland exemption that has been brought up for Amendment 4 to this ordinance. As the agency with jurisdiction over wetlands, we've gone through a lot of research and compiling of best available science on wetlands. And our documents and have a very extensive synthesis on the subject. In our interpretation of this science, we found that the scientific literature does not support exempting wetlands from the requirement to avoid or compensate for impacts solely based on size. We do recognize administrative desires to place thresholds on wetlands that are to be regulated, but we do ask that you are aware that it is not possible to conclude from size alone what functions a particular wetland might be providing. That said, not all wetlands are equal in terms of their functions and values or their ability to be replaced through compensatory mitigation. The 4,000 square foot threshold exemption for Cat 4 wetlands, along with other criteria in our example language, the model guidance, represents a policy decision to provide flexibility to local jurisdictions while still trying to achieve the goals of the Growth Management Act to protect the critical areas of Washington state. Of which habitat, water quality, and other functions are things that wetlands provide. We would highly recommend that the council do not adopt Amendment 4 with the 6,000 square foot threshold for Cat 4 wetlands and instead adopt the 4,000 square foot threshold recommended in ecology guidance to better protect the wetland functions in the county. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Emily.
Next, we have Jerome O'Leary. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Jerome O'Leary, and thank you for your time. I have some serious concerns about the process overall. While there may be some data that supports this, there's varying data. There's varying reports. And as a result, there appears to be varying outcomes as it relates to these critical areas. One element that I haven't seen a lot of data on is the use of the land bordering these areas. When you're in an agricultural setting, you're less impactful than other settings. And in many cases, if you guys are talking about the possibility of 5 feet or 10 feet as an increase or a decrease to the buffer. Well, when you have a 20 acre or 40 acre parcel of ground, 5 or 10 feet can equate to a quarter or half an acre quite quickly. In our agricultural industry, what we grow are Christmas trees and conifer nursery. A half an acre or even a quarter of an acre represents over 1,000 Christmas trees and over 30,000 nursery stock. So the significance of this 5 or 10 foot variation that's being discussed is impactful to the landowner. It's impactful to the person in the agricultural industry. As it relates to our industry, those are tens of thousands of dollars worth of production that we would not be able to utilize the land for on an annual basis. And our impact to the land through an agricultural use, I would contend, is quite a bit less impactful to any wetlands than other uses. So, as I don't see qualifiers for this in these reports, I question if we're really in a position to make decisions on this tonight, and I would ask the council to please think that through and ask staff if there is more data as it relates to the use of the land bordering these critical areas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary.
All right, next we have caller ending in 874. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chair Mello, council members. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you for confirming that. So this is Tom Swick, and I wanted to comment on this ordinance. Specifically, the last time I did, it was during, the second previous Pierce County Council meeting, and it was regarding the following language in this proposed ordinance. So I'm going to read it very quickly because I have to. It says, where the flood insurance study and firm do not provide adequate best or most recent information, Pierce County may use flood information that is more restrictive or detailed than the FEMA data. This information may include, but is not limited to, and it lists multiple. But the one I'm bringing to everyone's attention, it says maps showing increased flood inundation based on future build-out or changed hydrologic conditions. I did not see, this was not removed from that ordinance in the 4 amendments that you proposed this evening. And this specific language conflicts with Pierce County regulation and Pierce County code. Current Pierce County regulation says that development will maintain the post-developed conditions to the pre-developed conditions regarding stormwater runoff. So this ordinance, as drafted, is in conflict with Pierce County regulation, because if Pierce County enforced that regulation, there would never be an instance where Pierce County would say, hey, we're going to map this this increased flood inundation based on future build-out. So that's not there, and that's a deal stopper for the council. And the other concern is best available science. That is a very subjective term. Let me give an example. If I'm a pro-development person, my best available science regarding critical areas is going to be significantly different than somebody who has a slant towards an environmental protection, somebody who's more concerned about the environment versus development. So when I hear that term over and over again, it gives me concern. The other issue is, in this ordinance, they encourage citizens, developers to refer to the GIS map to identify critical areas. Here's the concern. On parcel 022-118-2000, a natural stream was mapped and diagrammed by a wetland specialist approved by Pierce County. That same wetland specialist also mapped that very same stream on parcel 022-118-2012. And Pierce County refused to document that stream on that parcel. And that is, and wetlands as well. And it's critical areas, and it's the headwaters for a salmon stream. That's a type F stream, for those that don't know, and it's downstream and connected to it. So those are conflicts and concerns within this proposed ordinance. Because
thank you, Mr. Wick.
In the ordinance, okay, thank you for allowing me to speak this evening, sir.
Thank you for being with us.
You're welcome.
All right, next we have Ellie Kloss McGann. Sorry if I got that wrong. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Ellie Cost-McGann. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. And I live at 4301 North Fray Street in Tacoma. I want to thank the council and Public Works for all the work you've done on critical areas. It's an enormous job. And I can understand that there might be glitches along the way because it's such an enormous job. My comment is pretty brief. My concern is the protection of streams, even though you voted down Amendment 3. Just in general, all streams need to be protected, even the seasonal ones. They play a role in how water flows through the lands. As the first speaker talked about, covering them up, not protecting them, means we lose the ecological benefit the waterway provides. The stream exists because of geological and ecological reasons. It helps with flooding, it supports wildlife, and provides needed infiltration to groundwater and water cleaning services through infiltration. We don't know enough to just blithely say it doesn't need protection. Please keep the buffers for protection of all streams, even small ones. It is what best available science recommends from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I think we have this tendency to think, well, it doesn't matter because it doesn't show up that often, so we can just go ahead and cover it up, but you don't know what the consequences are. And so I'm just asking you, protect all streams, even the seasonal ones. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Leslie. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Unmute. There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. My name is John Leslie. I'm a lifetime resident of Pierce County. I'd like to express my opposition to this ordinance. I wouldn't begin to argue with any of the best available science or any of the reasons to protect any of these areas. But what I would argue is it represents a taking without compensation. The Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution is very clear. It says, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. So if it is deemed that all these buffer areas need to be taken for public use, for the good of the public, the property owner should be compensated. By the county's own code under 18G.10, the transfer of development rights have a monetary value. So if a person had property that was 150 feet away from a wetland, and with this ordinance, and it was 150 feet wide, with this ordinance, their entire property would be wiped out. It would be undevelopable. They would have a monetary loss. It would be a taking, clearly, without compensation. Now, we can buy and sell development rights through the TDR, but these development rights are just arbitrarily taken, and the property owner is left holding the bag. So under that premise, I object to all these, not the premise of these things need to be protected, but the premise that the property owner needs to be reimbursed and compensated for his loss, because there are clearly going to be losses as a result of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have Cheryl Ebsworth. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Ebsworth. I'm a part of the Master Builders Association, and I believe you guys all received a letter from the Master Builders of Pierce County this morning. I just wanted to come on and talk specifically about the critical area ordinance, since that's what we're speaking to now. We at the Master Builders are focused on providing attainable housing and really any provisions that hinder the ability to build homes kind of get our attention. There's a couple things in the critical area code that I foresee being hindrances to future permits, specifically the mitigation sequencing applying to every critical area segment of 18E. There are hazard areas and aquifer recharge areas in 18E. Those are not critical areas that need protection that you would typically apply the mitigation sequencing to. Those are hazard areas where there's actually engineered solutions to make sure that we are, one, preventing landslides or making sure that there's not erosion happening based on time of year or soil amendments. And so your first approach to that wouldn't be to avoid development or minimizing development. It would be to put the engineered solutions in place. Also, aquifer recharge. I'm really interested to see how we avoid that. Right now, there's just an impervious coverage limit. If that's met, can development otherwise occur there, or do you still have to show avoidance? And then what does minimization look like? Can properties in an aquifer recharge zone obtain their maximum density? And if not, was that evaluated for the high transit areas? Because that whole area is aquifer recharge. And so I wonder if that's been evaluated against density. Also with these, the worry about typo stream really comes to place, and it would help a lot if the council or the county could make it clear if irrigation ditches or storm facilities are supposed to be included in those. No one disagrees that streams should be protected, but it comes into there begins to be issues when you have a roadside storm ditch that all of a sudden can't be used as a road. Now you've got to manage that as a critical area. So those are our concerns. I just wanted to reiterate that, and hopefully you have read our letter. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Cheryl.
And there are no more hands at this time, Chair.
Seeing no further hands on Zoom, yes, we're going to come back to the public hearing here in council chambers. Please come to the podium and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to make your remarks.
Hi, I'm Terry Wise. I'm a local land use consultant, and we deal with landowners protecting property values. We work with people who are trying to build a house or develop a project, right? So we kind of live on both sides of this fence, the protecting the environment and helping someone provide attainable, affordable housing ever we put it. Those are obviously contrary to each other, right? If we protected every buttercup or every frog or every mole, right, there's just not enough land to develop. And if we're going to make affordable housing, okay, then some of that environmental issue is going to be. I just want to remind it, there needs to be a balance here, right? We gotta have houses. I have kids that there's no way they can afford to buy a house without dad stepping up to the plate for them, right? And they need to be able to do it on their own. But again, we need to have a balance. So there's got to be a balance on these low, end wetlands that have very little significance. We have to give those up if we want to have affordable housing, right? And because we can't be all one side or the other. And I hear folks come up and they're just, hey, environment. Then I have other folks come up and say, kill every bush and have houses all over the place. We need a balance, and I hope that the council will address that. So we need to typo streams, a wetland the size of that table that's only dry or wet 2 months out of the year. Let's give that up so that there's affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in council chambers? We really do appreciate everyone's input. We're going to close the public hearing. Before I ask for any remarks by council members, there is one comment during public comment that I want to make sure I clarify. Can either Mr. Kruger or Ms. Rett-Hunt clarify for us existing agriculture use as it relates to critical areas regulations, existing farms, existing working farms and agricultural use? How do these critical area regulations impact them, if at all?
Thank you, Chair. Mike Kruger, Council staff. And so responding to the speaker, I think we heard Jerome talk about his farm and his Christmas tree operation and what's happening kind of on a legacy farm. Generally speaking, in almost every case, those types of farms are fully exempt from critical area regulations as adopted in this bill. If you recall, the council adopted an amendment, I think it was amendment number 7, that extended the time frame by which a farm can remain idle before it's considered a new farm or new agricultural activities to 10 years. And so in that example, if a historical legacy farm were to kind of go fallow for over 10 years, and then a new operation were to start at that time, critical area regulations would apply. Similarly, if an existing agricultural operation chose to change the use and potentially build new buildings in an area that was historically maybe a pasture, then the county would look at critical area regulations in that scenario as well. But to maintain existing farming operations, to work within areas that have already been, disturbed and are built upon, critical area standards don't apply.
Thank you very much for that clarity. It's important clarity. Thank you. Council members, we did the public hearing. We amended this at multiple committee meetings and amended it again today. Are there final remarks by council members? Councilmember Morell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for all the work that they put into it, both at the exec department level and our staff. This was a very big lift, and a lot of back and forth discussions had to happen to get us to where we are today. A lot of this is very technical in its application, but yet, the patience of staff to whittle it down to my level was much appreciated. I think as I look at this, it obviously is far from my expectations of being a perfect document. But I think working collectively with my colleagues, we were able to amend it to make a better document, a better critical area policy moving forward. There again is not perfect. I get confused by best available science, and it is, a lot of it's left up to interpretation of how we move forward. And, coming in a district that has suburban and rural and very rural area, a lot of these affect my area. But we were able to, as Mr. Kruger said, to, lessen the impact on legacy farms and agriculture, and to be able to move forward on a lot of issues that I think were important to me. And so there again, there's no perfect piece of legislation. Once I get involved, it all goes to pot. So there again, I'm going to support this critical areas ordinance, just because I think it's the best we could do under the circumstances that we're up against right now. And there again, I appreciate my colleagues putting up with me in my multiple amendments for staff explaining everything and walking through it. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll quit rambling.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Morell. Councilmember Denson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I also want to thank the staff of Planning and Public Works for all their work, and then our staff, especially Ms. Rhett Hunt and Mr. Kruger, for all of their work. This is a huge year this year with critical area ordinances and the comp plan and work with shoreline master plan and so many other things. So thanks to all of you. I also wanted to thank the members of the Community Development and Environment Committee that really delved into the details on these huge pieces of legislation and talked to many constituents and worked through a lot of issues. This legislation, as well as the legislation that follows, is just so important. It's so important that we do the best that we can with the information that we have, the best available science, and we make our best efforts to make sure that we're protecting the resources that make our area and the whole state livable and vibrant and healthy for the residents and the wildlife that call home. We don't know, in some cases, the impacts of our decisions, so we have to do the best we can to make sure that our water is plentiful and clean, that our soils are good for growing foods and raising animals, that our air quality is good. All of the things that we're doing in the critical area ordinance are our best efforts towards making sure that we have a healthy Pierce County for the residents and everyone who calls this place home or comes to visit as well. So I just wanted to thank my colleagues for all of their hard work and staff for giving us the best information that they can and helping us interpret that data. And thank the public as well for all of their input and their perspectives that we listen to very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. It's been said that when all is said and done, more is said than done. In this case, maybe not so much. We are getting a lot done in this document, the following document, and a lot's been said. A lot of discussions with planning commission, various commissions, going out to the community, online, a lot of staff work. So many people have had input on this. And, you know, there's over 900,000 people in this county, which means there'd be 900,000 opinions on the best way to go. But I think what we've done is found something that brings together and in some cases compromised, and in some cases stood very clearly on what our vision is for this county. And I think that for what we know right now and the best science that we have, this is a great step forward to be putting this in. And I just want to thank everyone who's worked on this, commented on this, talked with us, helped us learn, and proposed ideas. I want to thank especially Ms. Rhett Hunt. You came into this partway through and picked it up and have done an amazing job. All of staff has. And so thank you so much for teaching us along the way, for doing the deep dive, the learning, and then changing it from planner speak to English so people like me can understand it and make good decisions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Coover.
Thank you, Chair. And to echo, thank you so much, staff. It's been grueling, and I can't dismiss all the work that you put into it and the time that we took, that you gave us. Appreciate that. I have difficult times because this affects my district immensely, and I have a lot of people that are like, they're heading out because it's getting too difficult to do things around here. And these kinds of regulations really affect small builders. And I think just like we need to protect farmers to protect the farm, we need to protect builders to protect homes for people that want a place to live. And then when I hear about the sustainable development, and I think back to Grow Harlan Brundtland did the report, Our Common Future, and in that she gives the definition for sustainable development, which is kind of what got everything started here. It's development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. I think all of this regulation that is being done is compromising the future. And there was too much to try and be able to sift through the details all at one time. And it needs to have been spread out further. Granted, you all started a couple of years ago working on it, but we're all distracted with a lot of other legislation, other constituent issues going on. And we don't have a staff like the state has. And so everyone's overburdened, and I think it was too much in too short a time. And so that's what I have to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Coover. Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Chair. Again, thanks for staff. Some staff's probably been here on a other comp plan before, and I don't think none of us here have been through this before. So this was a huge lift. You know, the critical areas is such an important aspect of how we live here. You know, if anybody's ever traveled the world or been around other places or even visited Europe or lived in Europe, see just what it looks like over there. There's rivers over there that have no life in it. There is, because there was no management of those type of things as that community grew. I remember when I got stationed in Germany, someone told me, hey, Germany looks just like Washington State. You know, it's the same. It rains a lot. It's got a lot of trees. No, it doesn't. I mean, they do have forests, but it's real spotty areas. It's definitely not like Washington State. We're young. I mean, we've only been around for 100 and some years when it comes to non-native indigenous folks. Have been here for tens of thousands of years. But we're just getting started. And as we move forward, as we grow, we got to find a balance between the two. For selfish reasons, I don't want any more people coming to Washington. I own my own house now, and you know, but you know, my son needs a house. You know, there's people from other states that are going to be moving here, and we want to make sure that we're not shutting down their dreams and stuff like that. But at the same time, we need to preserve what we have. Again, you know, Washington State is one of the cleanest states, probably in the United States. It's cleaner now than it was 30 years ago. It's kind of amazing, so all the work that's been done. So, yeah, again, for selfish reasons, you know, I don't want nobody else to hear. I want every stream to be clean. I want salmon jam-packed into the streams and things like that. But I also want people to have affordable housing. We hear that all the time. And the critical areas do affect a little bit of that. So, you know, we've heard folks talk about having a balance. We talked about clean water, clean air, and all those things. And I think this proposal, with working with my colleagues to my left and my right, all these amendments help get us closer to, not perfection, but closer to the balance that we may need. Maybe it's balanced in one way a little bit more than the other, but it's something that I can support today for that dream of keeping what we got, and also trying to move forward when it comes to affordable housing. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Herrera. Any other remarks? Well, in closing, I too want to note how serious this council has taken the decisions in front of it. In this regard, you know, numerous public hearings in committee and before the full body, and we considered 19 detailed amendments. Those are just a little bit of details about how serious we take the work. The professional planning staff team did an excellent job over more than 2 years to develop the proposal, listen to the community, look at best available science, and refine and put something in front of the council for it to consider, which we've amended numerous times. So our staff has served us incredibly well, so thank you very, very much to the professional planning staff and our professional council staff. You know, this critical areas ordinance is all about protecting people from hazards like geologic hazards and steep slopes and floods. So protecting our property and protecting life that can be at significant risk if put in harm's way. It's about protecting our water quality and our water quantity for people and for animals. And it's about protecting and improving habitat function over time, because our habitat function has been documented to significantly have degraded over the past couple of generations, actually. It's why we've significantly lost our salmon runs that have been so incredible, right, in previous generations. So many of our salmon species are near extinct because of the lack of habitat function. Bottom line, it's the main driver of our loss of endangered salmon, and in turn, you know, our amazing orca here in Puget Sound. And as Councilmember Herrera said, you know, many of us absolutely love this place. We choose to call this home because it doesn't look like anywhere USA. It's incredibly special. And part of what makes it so special is the amazing natural beauty. And we do need a balance. I could not agree more. We're striving to find a balance. That's why we are in the next bill upzoning in certain areas to accept more growth and be able to accommodate more housing where infrastructure exists and where we can put more housing, in return protecting other areas so that we can protect water quality and habitat function, and really strive to have the best of both worlds. So balance is hard, making trade-offs are very hard, but that is what we're striving to do here. So I think the council has spent a lot of time taking this very, very seriously, and we could have not have done it without the work of our staff. With that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the adoption of ordinance 2024-553S?
Councilmember Herrera.
Aye.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Aye.
Councilmember Morell.
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell.
Aye.
Councilmember Krueger.
Nay.
Councilmember Denson.
Aye.
Councilmember Mello.
Aye.
The result of the roll call vote is 6 ayes and 1 nay.
On a vote of 6 ayes and 1 nay, the ordinance is adopted. We've already considered items 2 and 3 on our agenda under ordinances today. So that moves us to our final item of business under ordinances. That is item 4, ordinance 2024-559S2. Councilmember Denson for a motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move for adoption proposal number O 2024-559S2.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we approve ordinance 2024-559S2. Madam Clerk, please read the title into the record.
Proposal number O 2024-559S2, an ordinance of the Pierce County Council amending Title 19A of the Pierce County Code, Pierce County Comprehensive Plan, incorporating Pierce County's 2024 Comprehensive Plan periodic update as required by RCW.
Last line, please.
Effective date, and adopting findings of fact.
Thank you. Am I calling on Ms. Rhett Hunt? Ms. Rhett Hunt.
Please. I will introduce it. So the proposed ordinance presents the main documents associated with the periodic update of the comprehensive plan. It comes from the Community Development Environment Committee with the due pass as substituted recommendation. Planning and Public Works prepared an equity note for the proposal and determined it would have a de minimis fiscal impact. The ordinance includes 5 exhibits with the following changes. Exhibit B is the comprehensive plan document. I'm not going to talk about it because we have Ms. Flemister here to talk a lot about that. Exhibit D presents a capital facilities plan consistent with GMA requirements. The GMA consistent capital facilities plan is a companion document that is in fact required by the Growth Management Act. It doesn't replace our capital facilities plan that's adopted, that a lot of hard work went into adopting. It's part of the county biennial budget and that process. But the purpose of the GMA CFP is to forecast costs and revenues to determine that the county is able to pay the costs associated with the 20 years of growth as outlined in the comprehensive plan. And so that document concludes that there's no major shortfalls in the county's ability to pay identified. It says that the county is likely to be able to maintain its level of service standards as it grows. There's also a provision in the capital facilities element, a policy that states if at some point that becomes not true over the next 20 years, but likely the next 10 years, so we have to go back and analyze it again, that the county has to examine its level of service standards and ensure that it can continue to pay for growth. But as of now, that document concludes that we're in good shape to be able to do so. Exhibits A and C of the ordinance update titles 19A and 19E of the Pierce County Code to incorporate the comprehensive plan document and then also the GMA consistent capital facilities plan. And Exhibit E presents findings of fact for the periodic update. The process for this update started multiple years ago. I personally have worked on it for 3 years, but it's been subject to early and continuous public engagement, with 5 major engagement periods that occurred between September 2022 and February 2024. During that time, there are 179 days of open public comment periods, which is a full nearly 6 months of open comment periods during that time. Since April, it's been subject to several rounds of public hearings, whether it was for the determination of the preferred alternative, which the council made a statement in Resolution 2024-158S. There were public hearings at the Planning Commission, the Council Committee, and Council leading up to that, and then the public hearings leading up to the tonight and the potential adoption of this document. There's been over 80 formal public meetings held by the county and dozens of informational meetings, such as community meetings, online open houses, workshops, pop-ups, and other events held either virtually or in person during the last about 2 years or so. Outreach and engagement efforts can also made an effort to collect input from hard-to-reach and underrepresented populations at each of those 5 major engagement periods. Since this was in committee, the department published a final EIS on November 20th, 2024, and that completes the environmental review for this project. It evaluated the preferred alternative, which was based on the resolution 2024-158S, and it completes the SEPA review. The analysis in the final EIS shows that compared to taking no action, the preferred alternative is more consistent with GMA and with Vision 2050. There are likely to be greater changes in land use where county growth is focused. So that would be like the designated high capacity transit area. And that will bring impacts that are associated and common to higher intensity urbanization, such as potential for displacement, exposure to poor air quality, loss of urban open space, and increased land costs. There will also be increased demands for services and facilities such as parks, recreation, schools, emergency service, transportation networks, and increased demands on our groundwater. However, the preferred alternative is responsive to the potential impacts and needs with policies that provide mitigation upon implementation. So basically, the policies that are contained within the plan also can, when implemented, can help to mitigate some of those potential impacts that are caused by more intensive urbanization. The preferred alternative would provide sufficient capacity for housing all incomes, reduce barriers to housing production, provide efficient use of urban areas, and provide services more efficiently. It also promotes better flood hazard production, habitat and open space conservation, carbon sequestration, and increased resiliency to climate change. There are recommended strategies to address the long-term impacts from increased urbanization and to reduce impacts to air quality, transportation networks, and groundwater recharge. So summarizing that 5 minutes summary is a summary of the conclusions of the final environmental impact statement. So I knew that that would be important information that the council wanted to hear. And the summary, which is part of the introduction to the final environmental impact statement, was included in the packet. So there's several amendments to discuss this evening, but I would like to turn it over finally to Ms. Lauren Flemister, our Assistant Director of Planning and Public Works, who has prepared a presentation to talk more specifically about what's in the comprehensive plan.
Thank you. Assistant Director Flemister.
Thank you, Ms. Redhunt. Good evening, Council Chair, Council members. Congratulations on making it through to receive our last comp plan update. Today is a significant day for PPW staff in the county as we are nearing the finish line of the once in every 10-year comprehensive plan periodic or major update. This is a multi-year endeavor, as Erica said, that we could not have done without the support of many. I would like to take just a couple of minutes, please, to acknowledge the people integral to this major undertaking. I would like to start by thanking Angie Silva, now at the City of Lakewood, and Erica Rhett Hunt. Thank you for building and modernizing the comp plan program and guiding and teaching our staff, for whom, most were going through their first comp plan update. So deep gratitude from PPW for all of your work. Many thanks to Director Totson for providing the unconditional backing to execute this work, and Melanie Halson, my predecessor, for providing historical context and guidance. And to the folks who did a bulk of the work, the long-range planning staff. Becca Book, our Deputy Project Manager and Wrangler of the EIS. Robert Perez for dealing with the complex critical areas work. Nicholas Reibel for taking on land use and housing. Michelle Kircher for handling all things communications. And to Layla for providing support at public meetings. Aaron Peterson on map and analytics duty, not just for us, but also for council staff. Mike Poteet, who will be leaving us shortly after doing an amazing job here at the county, for supporting on agriculture and open space issues. And a special thanks to Jessica Nappy for caretaking the division and project managing the comp plan for a few months while we were building our new team. And then to our capable and willing junior team, our youngest planners on our team, Benjamin Accord Becker, Ansley Silva, Benji Reinhardt, Sydney Dysert, Dean McClary. Good job soaking up all that knowledge. I'm extremely proud of your efforts. And to the A team, Danica Williams, Melissa Hardy, and Sarah Quo, for all of your support, all of the hours you work staffing commissions and boards when we're at home. To Alon Basak, our new long-range planning manager, for ably and strategically getting us through the last few months of the update. Looking forward to what we're going to do in 2025. And many thanks to our cross-divisional and departmental interdisciplinary team for all of your support and valued input. I would also be remiss if I did not thank exec staff, particularly Alice McDaniel and Brian Hartke, and council staff, Mike Kruger, Erica, for your second mention of the night, for working with us to translate elected priorities. Planning Commission for your hours of listening and deliberations and your impact and imprint on this document or these series of documents. And to the Pierce County community, some of whom are in the room this evening, for all of your comments, your input, and your engagement. We appreciate that the vision for the county impacts your individual and family's futures, and we take seriously our charge to find more ways to be in touch with more of you, more of the time. And to the exec and council for the difficult decisions you have to make to create that long-range vision for the county's growth and prosperity. I know those decisions are very challenging. And with that, I will, this evening, I'll walk you through the project background and history. Could you move to the next slide, please? And provide some policy highlights related to council's preferred alternative. Please note that the tags, you can see the icons to the left under agenda, will denote whether something was due to council direction or whether it was required as part of the periodic update. Next slide. Okay, so we can see this very long timeline for the comprehensive plan update. It was informed by the draft scope of work and then approved council-initiated comprehensive plan amendments, the preferred alternative for the EIS, and public comment over those multiple engagement series. The resulting policies, we believe, support Pierce County's long-term growth while addressing the impacts and opportunities associated with development needed to support the county's residents and businesses. The draft comprehensive plan includes policy updates that provide consistency with the Growth Management Act, with Puget Sound Regional Council, or PSRC, Vision 2050, and the countywide planning policies. The draft also included policy options that aligned with the three alternatives studied in the DEIS. We now have a final EIS, and that narrows it down to one alternative. The public and elected officials were asked to provide input on which pieces of each alternative should move forward, as I mentioned. That gets us to where we are now, both the final EIS and the policy document. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the context in those documents that Ms. Red Hunt referred to. Obviously, I think we can tell from the packet, it's a very significant lift from a lot of folks, staff, council staff, executive's office, council, but it was really about sort of taking all that work and ending up with the 4 major documents that we have. The comprehensive plan, that's the policy document that has things like our goals and policies in it. We've talked about the capital facilities plan, the environmental impact statement, and then the code updates, some of which we've started to move forward on, and then we'll be working toward in 2025. And also, I think it's worth noting that code is constantly being changed. So even though we will bookend this process in 2025 with the implementing regulations, it can be looked at again until in the time in between now and the next periodic. We had some additional mandates from the state that we had to look at this year. We had HB 1220, so that being in the 2021 update to the Growth Management Act. So it looked at housing goals and how we plan for housing in a much more technical way than we've been asked to do before. So while we were asked previously to look at housing diversity and housing at all incomes, the new provisions were looking at specific amounts at targets, right? By income band, bless you. So we had to incorporate that into our planning process, which was really quite a lift and quite a challenge because things were still happening at the state in order to implement those changes. I think something worth noting is this also asks us to look at including housing for people experiencing homelessness and special housing needs. So the land use element creates opportunity in the zoning code for those different housing types and at the densities that are needed to support them. And we'll talk about that more later in the presentation. So given these changes, it was really an overhaul for us. So we couldn't just do a light update. We really had to look at the entire housing element kind of in a fresh way. And we did that while looking at the housing needs assessment that was done in 2022, the work out of the Affordable Housing Working Group in 2021 as well. So we really had a solid foundation to reorganize and come forward with several new policies. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we're talking about our regional growth strategy, and I think this is sort of really critical to be able to visualize what this means, and I think it speaks to some of the conversations we've been having this evening about some of the growth pressures and where we're trying to target development. Let me talk a little bit about just the overarching structure, and I'll talk about some of the colors you see on this map. So a really significant goal of Puget Sound Regional Council during this update cycle was targeting and focusing growth. And that really translates to limiting capacity and unincorporated in rural areas. So we really had to collaborate with our neighboring jurisdictions. So obviously in the county we have unincorporated area, but we also have towns and cities. We'll see in the next slide, but a lot of the growth is really supposed to happen there, right? So we worked together across jurisdictional boundaries to really understand who was going to absorb what in the growth targets, and with an understanding that every jurisdiction, including the county, is responsible for taking their appropriate share of the growth. So across the region, jurisdictions were working together to encourage growth near transit, but also to preserve our rural character. So when council voted on a preferred alternative in May, we were given specific direction on how to do that, how to target that growth. And you'll see that in the next slide. Next slide, please. So I talked a little bit about, you can kind of see the tiering around where projected growth should go. Obviously, a majority of it happens in your most dense cities, then your core cities, but we also understand what we have major corridors where significant development has happened. That's another place, that's the next place. Then cities and towns, then urban unincorporated, then rural would have the lowest allocation. So state law provides instructions on how we calculate and program that growth. We work with PSRC and our jurisdictions to make that, to translate that into actual numbers. So a bulk of the growth is planned for Tacoma, being the county seat in the metropolitan city here in the county. And we're trying to limit growth in rural areas to conserve natural and agricultural areas. You'll see almost 8,000 new residents in those areas, but this is actually a lower rate of growth than we have seen in rural areas in the last 20 years. So we're trying to slow down that growth to preserve that character. And we're also trying to limit growth in urban unincorporated areas that don't have access to transit and services. Having to provide infrastructure in places where it is not is very, very costly to the county. And it also contributes significantly to greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. Okay, so the topic areas are the elements of the comprehensive plan are here. So you'll see the categories there. So, you know, within each of these areas, you'll see draft policy. There were draft policies when we came to you earlier this year. Those are now close to finalized or hopefully finalized this evening. But staff worked through kind of selecting appropriate policies. We worked with the executive staff, then came to you all and workshopped that language. And really that resulted in us having like a hybrid option. We brought something to you and you all have modified it and changed it. And also there has been input from public comments that in some cases resulted in changes in the plan over time. It's really important to understand, though, that many of these updates were required to comply with state legislation or PSRC or countywide planning policies. Next slide. So I guess I haven't really said that so far, but what is a comp plan? It's the community's vision for the next 20 years of growth, development, but also undergirding that is prosperity, livability, resiliency. We kind of broke it into a few main categories. You can see housing and land use, capital facilities and transportation, environment and climate. So in this final phase of work, we've updated the comprehensive plan to be consistent with the direction we've received. And integrated public input through our comment periods. Erica spoke of the final EAS, which I think came out maybe a couple weeks ago now. And just to kind of summarize sort of these three buckets that you see on this slide, environment and climate, that's really about protecting communities from natural hazards, increasing the urban tree canopy and supporting climate resilience and carbon sequestration through land conservation. The capital facilities and transportation portion, which is about safe and accessible bike and pedestrian travel, as well as road travel, and to improve sewer and water services. And lastly, I'd like to touch on housing and land use. I think that's probably the point, an area of greatest tension and greatest concern in our community at the moment. And so these policies have the most impact, and they impact our community plan areas significantly. So housing and land use changes address or attempt to begin to address the very difficult challenge of our current housing crisis through policy that supports the development of homes that are affordable to a wide range of income levels. Policy changes here focus on locating new development in urban areas where there's already infrastructure and services. And that is basically due to upzones that are allowing more capacity in those areas. And also, we're starting to work on removing barriers to housing So whether that's regulatory barriers or other things. So these changes will help support easier development through a diversity of housing types and thinking of missing middle housing, things like triplexes, townhomes, row housing. Together, we're hoping these changes will help reduce some of the development pressure in rural areas. And these policies will implement the County Council's preferred alternative. Next slide, please. Okay, so you can see here the future land use map, lovingly called the FLUME. So you can see that we want the land use designations to be general enough to describe the type of development we expect over the next 20 years. So you can kind of see, I'm sorry it's so small, but you can see sort of the categories. And I think they're descriptive, right? So there's things like employment center or master plan community, parks and recreation. It requires a comprehensive plan amendment to change these, and they're accepted just once every 2 years and require council approval. To facilitate a more efficient means of organizing land use changes and removing barriers to development, some land use designations and zones have been consolidated or removed. This was a big effort by staff in both rural and urban areas. In our high-capacity transit communities, we have consolidated several zones into the compact urban designation shown in pink in central Pierce County. A new suburban residential land use designation is proposed for the urban and unincorporated areas in light yellow with dots. I guess we must have run out of colors. Previously, each rural land use designation had just one zone under it, which is highly inefficient and it makes things very challenging. For a total of 6 rural land use designations. These have been consolidated into 2 land use designations, rural residential and rural reserve. Next slide, please. Okay, so I've already mentioned the regional growth strategy was developed in collaboration with PSRC. So it was really about encouraging growth near transit and limiting development in rural areas. But there are choices that can be made. And council has already made some of those choices. Just quickly, I promised I would talk a little bit about the color coding on this map. In the dark blue, these areas are roughly half a mile from transit. There's going to be upzones there. And the neighborhood corridor zoning will be expanded within this area. In the dark light blue areas and yellow areas, we're streamlining development regulations to encourage more housing production. The complexity of the Pierce County zoning regulations have been identified as a barrier to housing production. And across the dark blue and light blue areas, the comprehensive plan supports SEPA infill exemptions, and we'll be working on that in 2025. Next slide, please. Okay, so we'll speak briefly about this, preserving rural character. I know that we've had an opportunity. I know Mr. Poteet came here a few months ago to talk about the Transfer of Development Rights program. We're looking forward to bringing that to you all next year. Next slide, please. Okay, I've already talked a little bit about middle housing. So that was in House Bill 1220. It updated the GMA to encourage diverse housing stock that can accommodate a wide range of housing needs. So you can see range of housing typologies, accessory dwelling units, shared housing, looking at developing some smaller units. Obviously, that's a way to bring down cost is by lowering the square footage. And then I've already touched a little bit on this, but continuing to look for ways to remove regulatory barriers to developing housing. So incorporating these changes, we're hope that it will address the needs of people regardless of family size, budget, disability status, age, and other factors that impact housing choice for people in our community. Next slide, please. Okay, let's dive a little bit more into the removing barriers. So some of the things we're looking at, that we've looked at, is increasing densities, removing barriers for accessory dwelling units, particularly in urban areas, removing regulatory and process barriers for housing development. We've talked a little bit about some of the work that we're doing in development services that Director Tatotson led with the WIP work. There's other moves to make permitting more predictable and in some cases quicker. That's just like a small piece of the work. This can include providing flexibility with some development and design standards, expanding incentive programs for affordable housing, supporting pre-approved building plans. That's particularly, I think, helpful for things like accessory dwelling units, and supporting mobile homes as low-cost housing alternatives. Next slide, please. Okay, the capital facilities and utilities element, planning for growth. So that's updated for 2044 growth targets, consistent with state law. And it makes updates to focus on project prioritization and alignment with the regional growth strategy and Vision 2050. Coordination, and that just supports coordination for government and private utilities, and equity adds policy updates to emphasize investment in underinvested communities consistent with Vision 2050 and the county's diversity, equity, inclusion frameworks. Next slide, please. Okay. On the topic of health and environment, the draft proposal makes policy revisions in the following areas. Per council preferred alternative, we included policies that explored a water utility, which passed through council already this year. That was part of alternative 2. Sustainability policies include policies that conserve biodiversity and natural resources in areas of development and minimizing waste production from county facilities, such as converting solid waste to biochar or capturing methane gas. Health and safety. Policies were amended to consider changes in capital facilities so they would better be able to address public health needs and emergencies, such as building resiliency hubs. And that's something that's happening all throughout the region. Many jurisdictions are involved in the resiliency hub work, which I think is really quite fascinating, and I'm interested to see where that goes. And then further on resiliency, policies to ensure new facilities account for risk of wildfires, floods, heat waves. Next slide, please. Okay. In terms of supporting opportunity, we've added policies to recognize designated urban centers play a key role in implementing the regional growth strategy. And we talked about broadband earlier, so includes policies to support the provision of broadband services in underserved areas. And that just reiterates the importance of supporting high-speed internet access. Next slide, please. We're almost there. I know this is a lot. So prioritizing and funding infrastructure and services. Obviously, all of these things come with a price tag, so I'm just going to quickly go over how we prioritize and fund those, and I think Ms. Red Hunt talked a little bit about that. All the facilities we need to serve our growing community must be identified in the capital facilities plan, but it's based on an adopted level of service. So the CFP is a supplement to the comp plan, and it quantifies if there's enough infrastructure for the growth strategy that we put forward. So it looks at things like measuring traffic flows on a road, if we have enough parks per capita, if we have the sewer service that we need for the population that we have and where we have them. So per state law, the county is required to provide a certain level, but we can adopt a higher standard. So it just sets the floor. If the county isn't able to meet our LOS or level of service standards, we either need to make a change to our land use plan or change our level of service. Kind of the last thing I'll touch on here is we do have estimates of how much infrastructure needed to serve the next 20 years of growth will cost. And that estimate suggests the county will have enough revenue from existing sources to build the facilities. But we look at this constantly to make sure that we're on track. Next slide, please. Okay, so one of the most important things, and I think this is clearly a priority that came down from council, is investing in our multimodal transportation system. But there are other priorities in addition to that. So one of those is reducing vehicle miles traveled. Emissions go down when people drive less. So we're looking at policies that focus on getting people either to other modes, that's something called mode shift, or reducing the need to travel through land use, meaning there's things in your neighborhood that you can walk to or get to more quickly instead of having to drive long distances to get there. So part of how we do that is trying to join together our active transportation system, which is rather fragmented at the moment, and really build out that system so that people can get around without a car. And I think I just want to take the moment to acknowledge somebody that was here tonight who doesn't have the same abilities to move around that we do. We need to be thinking about people who have different abilities when we're talking about our transportation system. So connecting transit, reducing dependence on cars, and creating connections where we can. Reducing pollution. These policies support reducing pollution from the vehicle trips that do occur. So we're looking at things like cleaner fuel, electrification, and looking at other ways to reduce the pollution associated with each trip. So that looks like incentives and investments in clean energy and zero emission vehicles. And there's technological ways we can do that. It's not simply suggesting that we're instantly going to get people all to have EVs or start bicycling. We understand that's not reality. So we're looking at supporting electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And there's a statewide EV planning effort that we're tying into, and then looking at electric technologies for ferries and freight as well. Also looking at micro mobility, so things for like scooters, powered bikes, and other micro modes. And those are really fantastic for things like the last mile and getting people short distances. Finally, although autonomous vehicles are a very small portion of vehicles today, that may change over the next 20 years. So we have to be able to see the future a little bit in our long-range planning work. So our policies outline strategies to monitor best practices for AVs and consider their impacts on infrastructure, signage, and other system factors. Next slide, please. Okay, so looking at environment and climate change. We'll just highlight a couple things here. But this is really looking at direction provided from Vision 2050, amendments to Growth Management Act, and also common sense. So tribal participation amends policies to recognize tribes' treaty rights and their role as co-managers of natural resources, and also respecting government-to-government consultation and just no-brainer ways for us to be collaborating across jurisdictions and across governments. Emphasizing the importance of other interjurisdictional collaboration. So we've already talked about the tribes a little bit here, but also state, local governments, regional, like PSRC or MPO for the region, nonprofits and educational institutions, and then integrating recommendations from existing plans to support protection and enhancement of water quality, quantity, and the health of aquatic ecosystems. So this really reflects work the county is already doing and has already adopted, like watershed restoration and enhancement plans. Oh my God, you guys cut my mic. Okay, I'm almost done. Environment and climate change continued. So looking at climate mitigation and resiliency. So updates related to climate mitigation and resiliency balance the residential and economic growth that is anticipated in Pierce County with the need to protect and expand ecosystem functions and benefits such as active recreational opportunities, sustainable fisheries, carbon sequestration, and climate mitigation. These changes help fulfill both new amendments to the Growth Management Act that direct jurisdictions to consider climate change in their periodic updates, and council direction that directed the department to integrate policies for consistency with Sustainability 2030, which our Sustainable Resources Division is ably led and is going to be doing an update on next year, and to improve resilience to climate hazards in the comp plan update. So amendments include greenhouse gas reduction, emissions reduction. So builds on the emissions inventory to progress the county's 45% greenhouse gas emission reduction goal adopted in Sustainability 2030, address climate hazards, so looking at the climate vulnerability assessment, which was completed in June 2023. And that's really looking at protecting our communities from things like wildfires and other climate hazards. And we've been collaborating with the Department of Emergency Management on the hazard mitigation plans. Conserve forests and farmlands to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and provide ecosystem services. We were really looking at the goal of conserving 100,000 acres of land through voluntary programs, which include both support for rural resource industries and expanding public lands. The land conservation plan will be coming to you all next year, and we're looking forward to sharing that with you. And then expanding urban tree canopy to mitigate urban heat island impacts, which can be quite significant, filter stormwater, and improve livability in our communities. This will be achieved with voluntary programs and public lands. We're looking at public right-of-way, but I think we have some negotiation to do with our friends in OCE doing the engineering there. We're aiming for a 3% increase averaged across the entire urban area. So I think it sounds like a lot until you understand that it's looking across a very large area. Additional policies recognize and preserve the unique benefits legacy trees provide. A lot of those could never be replaced. And so that was requested in a council-initiated amendment in 2023. Next slide. Thank you.
Well, Assistant Director Flemister, thank you for that overview. We know this has been an incredibly significant undertaking by the department and the division that you lead. So thank you very much for providing that context, not only for the community, but for the public. So thank you very, very much.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
It's been over 3 years of work. Do members have any questions before we consider the 15, do I have the number right? The 14 amendments that we have in front of us?
Well, there's multiple parts too.
And there are subparts. Okay, let's get into it. We have committee amendment, council amendment number 1 before us. Councilmember Herrera for a motion, please.
Chair, I move council amendment number 1 for approval.
Second. It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt council amendment number 1. Ms. Brett Hunt to brief.
Amendment number 1 would change the proposed land use designation of zoning of land in study area PU03. Area PO3 was studied as part of the urban growth area analysis. It was ultimately determined that it should remain within the urban growth area and not be retracted, so it wasn't included in the retraction proposal sent from the department. However, the department did recommend that it be changed to residential resource land use designation and zoning. And this amendment would change the area to, they're mostly employment centers. There's a small area that it would be suburban residential land use designation and zoning. The land use designations and zones that are proposed in this amendment are consistent with keeping the zoning the same in this area as it currently is.
Thank you. Are there questions or remarks about council amendment number 1? Councilmember Herrera to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we had this amendment come through because for many decades this was zoned EC as an employment center for many years. And folks have planned a major project there with that zoning and did improvements to the property to be in compliance with that existing zoning. This zoning change in the middle of a vested property, I think, is not would not be in compliance in the policies of the I can't remember which one it was. I apologize on that, but either way, a vested property should be, the zoning shouldn't be changed on a vested property. That's the one thing for the, in the environmental centers, but the other part of it is, another sliver of it is the suburban residential area slice of that part there. There is also a vested property there that is going to build low-income housing there. This rezoning in the middle of that would probably kill that. So I want to make sure that vested properties can't be pulled out of what they had going. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Herrera. Any other remarks? Well, after, we held this over from committee because a number of us wanted more time with the department and our staff on it. I do understand that it is a vested project, and the city of Puyallup, who is working to coordinate to permit the project, is in the middle of identifying what the necessary mitigation is for the project. And also after learning from the department that there are a significant amount of the property along the river that is properly set back for flood protection of life and property there. It's, for those reasons, and mainly because it is a vested project, I will be voting yes as well. And will rely on the city of Puyallup to lead the appropriate mitigation for such a project. Are there other remarks? Councilmember Morell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You reminded me of, we've been, as a county, this is a unique piece of property because originally, it started out in Pierce County as far as how we put together the infrastructure, and it kind of became a tug of war. And, the project moved forward, and millions of dollars were put into sewers, roads, infrastructure. The other thing that I always looked at on this project was the ability to tie two trails together through this property. And I know that the developers have been in agreement if they can come to terms on everything, but this would connect the Foothills Trail to the Puyallup Trail. And I've always looked forward to that finally happening. And the other thing is, Councilmember Herrera mentioned a unique affordable housing project that hasn't been done in Pierce County before. And the developer is more than willing to put dollars into it. And step by step, actually, had gotten involved with them to look at workforce housing through this development, which I think could still happen. So I think there's a lot of potential in maintaining the area and keeping the existing zone. So I would be in support of this too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other remarks on Amendment 1? Seeing none, we'll take a vote on the voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 1. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The motion's adopted. Read Council Amendment number 2. Councilmember Denson for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I move that we adopt Council Amendment number 2.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 2. Ms. Red Hunt to brief.
Council Amendment 2 would add policies and text to the comprehensive plan to support the protection and conservation of wildlife habitat. Many of the items that are suggested here were suggested directly by the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife. It includes, in point 1, the addition of a new policy in the environment and climate element, which would be 16.5, to avoid habitat fragmentation, protect wildlife corridors, and limit conflicts with wildlife and land use planning. It would also include a new policy that's shown in point 4 to the transportation element 25.2.2 to consider reducing the risk of culvert failure by designing culverts and bridges to be climate resilient to prevent future fish barriers and accommodate higher stream flows that may occur with climate change. Those are two new policies that are recommended by this ordinance. The rest, this is quite a lengthy multi-point change. The rest of the points would do a couple of things. One, you can see in points 2, 3, 5. It suggests adding informational text. So that provides information on ways that the policies that could be implemented. And then you see, but it doesn't have the weight of a policy direction. And then in sections 6, 7, 8, 9, all the way through 13, so 6 through 13, it in all of the places in the plan where it refers to environmentally sensitive areas, which is a very umbrella, not very clear choice of word choice, it replaces it with the word choice critical areas. And then finally in point 14, it in goal LU 62.1, it replaces the phrase by natural resource-based activities with the term for ecosystem services. And this is an attempt to link the policy to the language that's used in best available science.
Thank you. Councilmember Denson, to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Red Hunt did an excellent job, and I thank you for going through and kind of highlighting the details of this. As she mentioned, a number of the items are just adding resources in the text box. I think of like the I guess when I was in school, like the text box that you would get, right? I'm looking at Councilmember Hitchens, that just has some additional information. So this gives some additional resources for the individuals as they're going through and really delving into what regulations, what codes, what other recommendations might come out of this. So that's additional information, and I thank the Department of Fish and Wildlife for pointing us in the directions of some of their latest studies and information. A good deal of these numbers are just updating language to use language that we're using these days, like critical areas and the term ecosystem services from best available science. So that just makes sense. I think that's a great change. And then the additional policies are policies that I believe that we all can agree on and support in regards to protecting wildlife corridors and avoiding fragmentation. And of course, we had a long discussion in study session the other day about the way that we design culverts and bridges. And I imagine our engineers are doing their best already to design those to take into account climate change and making sure that what we are building these days, unlike what we built back in the day, what we're building these days are using the best techniques to make sure we're building things that last and that provide the benefit ecologically that we are going after, that make sure that the fish passages will be around for a long, long time, because we surely do not want to go back and have to do this all over again. These are expensive projects. We want to do it right the first time. So the policy just says that, and I think that that's, you know, pretty obvious to most of us anyway. So happy to take questions from my colleagues, and thank you for your consideration, and thanks to the Department of Fish and Wildlife for pointing out some of these things and asking questions that alerted us to language that could be clarified for the benefit of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Denson. Councilmember Morell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the explanation. To me, this looks like quite a bit of consider and goals and other issues that there again, like you said, are not necessarily policy that's in here, but yet, you know, updating some of the verbiage in here with current language. Encourage, consider. So, you know, I think this is, a good update on everything. I just want to know when I'm going to get my Montana Fish and Wildlife and Parks How to Build a Fence with Wildlife in Mind. I want that copy. Okay, is that on the bestseller list here? Okay. But anyway, yeah, I mean, there's a lot here, a lot of work went into this, but I think that I could support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Morel. Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Chair. Again, yep, there's a lot in here, technical stuff that probably needs to be updated. I had one thing that just stands out right off the top there. It says it's adding a new policy, and right below it, it's explaining something there. So I'm assuming that now we don't avoid habitat fragmentation, and we don't protect wildlife corridors, and we don't limit conflicts with wildlife and land use planning. Is that why we're putting that in here?
So this is nested. It's nested within an overall policy, an umbrella policy or goal that speaks specifically to all of those things. And so this would, so this basically, what this policy adds, ENC 16.5, is really thinking about how we do that, and it points to through land use planning. So there's some other policies under Goal 16 talk about how we maintain habitat and avoid fragmentation, things like that. This one specifically addresses the land use planning.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the question. Councilmember Coover.
Thank you, Chair. And I thank you for all the work that went into this, because there is, what I'm seeing is a lot more than just the words. I think I appreciate having context boxes, because I like having things to refer to. But when I look to the habitat group that the WashDOT did, my understanding, that's the only study that's been done on the migration. Therefore, that makes it the best available science. And so when that is being worked on, this will be the only information that would be used. And I'm kind of concerned in that most of my district is a lot of corridors, and it is going to do some massive restrictions on what, maybe I want to put, a watchtower here instead of over here, but I can't because an animal moves there, whatever. I just see it open to a lot of different kinds of interpretations. And the part with building a fence with wildlife in mind, I think that's the one that was in the Perk magazine, or else that it's kind of like the dog electric shock collar that they were putting on the cows. So I wasn't quite sure how that works. I didn't read the article, but that just seems very interesting. Then getting into what really strikes me is when for ecosystem services, because ecosystem services is, I think, belongs to the world. It was a gift from the creator in the ecosystem services that requires the support life. And what I'm hearing or reading about, or what is going on, is they are being commoditized. And the legislature a year ago put in their plans to have a work group on valuing the ecosystem services in Washington State. And I met somebody who was on that, and he didn't understand what this group was doing, so it was very difficult. So I'm like, what are they doing in valuing this? And part of it was, I heard a kind of a crazy guy I was watching on a video, but he's like, yeah, the U.S. has ecosystem services that are equivalent to the value of the debt, the $36 trillion debt that we're in. And then there was the effort to put them on the stock market. The New York Stock Exchange was trying to put the ecosystem services as a commodity for sale, which means foreign entities could buy them and control the ecosystem services that they purchase, kind of like an easement. And the Security Exchange Commission said no at this time. So I'm concerned with where it would go if you're putting this into a policy that leaves it to where those can be purchased. And I recall being at a meeting as well where people were asked, hey, would you pay a little extra on your water bill to us or whoever is caretaking for this land to protect the ecosystem services so you have clean water, maybe only like $5 a month. And so who's going to say no to that? But then that's a start. And so there's so much more in here if that were pieced out and not, I don't know how many pages is this of these different things. I could support things, but as it sits in here, it would, I find it could be very much interpreted that would be detrimental to any place with open space, particularly in council districts 1, 3, and 2. And I think it's going a little bit too far at this time when we're not really getting a rundown on what this all involves and the restrictions that would be put on the policies in the land, considering everything as a whole. This is going a bit too far. That's my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Hoover. Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. No comment.
Any other remarks on this amendment? Councilman Hoover.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one other comment in the sense that I don't know if the next assessor may have to deal with having to value ecosystem services onto the records for that job. So that's my thoughts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Campbell.
Now that I can opinion on. The legislature, this county council, everything they do will have to be evaluated by the assessor treasurer. The 40, however many, 60 amendments we handle here, plus the several hundred pages of underlying document will have to be parsed through as to how they impact every single parcel, and may or may not change values. There's no one in here that's going to suddenly make a bunch of them change. They're all going to make things change up or down in a little bit. And so that is something that will be considered in what is the value of someone's land or home. So no one of these changes it any more than the whole document does. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Campbell. Any other remarks on Amendment 2? Seeing none, we're going to take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 2. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay?
Nay.
The amendment is adopted. We're at Council Amendment number 3. Councilor Denson for a motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move that we approve Council Amendment number 3.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 3. Ms. Rhett Hunt to brief.
Amendment number 3 adds to a housing element policy, HO 8.4, to support the preservation of manufactured or mobile home parks outside of floodplains. There's currently a policy that's very specific. It's an existing policy in the plan that says to consider a current use tax incentive for the preservation of mobile homes. This would consider the adoption of incentives that encourage the preservation of manufactured or mobile home parks outside of high-risk floodplains to ensure their continued provision as affordable housing, including the current tax incentive that's already in the current policy, as well as expansion of transfer of development rights program, manufactured mobile home park redevelopment easements, or other creative approaches.
Thank you. Councilor Denson to speak to your amendment.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for that explanation, Ms. Rhett Hunt. Again, this just encourages us to consider additional incentives, creative ideas to help preserve mobile home and manufactured home communities. There's 160, actually over 160 manufactured home communities in Pierce County, representing over 8,100 spaces. I was surprised. I didn't realize we still had so many, because there have been so many that have transitioned into large single-family lots or industrial uses, things like that. We know that in these manufactured home communities, there are many lower-income households. There are many seniors. They may own their home, but they don't own the lot underneath. So they are at very high risk when these properties are redeveloped. I'm so excited. Just a couple weeks ago, this council, because of some actions in the budget, was part of saving a manufactured home community in Councilmember Campbell's district, the Olga Dora Mobile Home Park. I mean, this is changing, potentially saving lives of hundreds of people. So very, very proud of that. And I know that we would like to see more of that. I wanted to let council know that there's a number of other municipalities that are considering similar policies in regards to looking at ways to preserve manufactured home communities: Lakewood, Puyallup, Sumner, and UP. So good on them. And I hope that we will also consider this way of preserving what we have in regards to affordable housing, because it sure is expensive to build more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other remarks on Amendment 3? Seeing none, we're going to take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 3. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The motion is adopted. We're at Council Amendment number 4. Councilmember Morell for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for adoption Council Amendment number 4.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 4. Ms. Rhett Hunt to brief.
Amendment number 4 reinstates policies and language, as well as adds new policies in the land use element supporting maximum rural densities with a sunset date of January 1st, 2030. So the proposal that came to council from the department removed maximum rural densities from the land use plan. This amendment would remove them from the land use plan as of January 1st, 2030. But in the meantime, that would sunset over 5 years. So people would have 5 years to get their plans together and utilize the maximum density before it sunsets.
Thank you. Councilmember Morell to speak to your amendment.
And yes, I will explain it, but do we need to deal with the amendment to the amendment at this time, or do we want to debate it first and then move to the
I would
amendment?
suggest that you offer your reasoning for it and then offer the amendment, or what do you think?
Yeah, no,
yes.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. This gets complicated, you know. Okay, I think this is the big one that everyone's been waiting for. And first of all, I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. This has been rewritten 3 or 4 times to try and get some traction on how to move max density forward, bonus density as some people call it. In my area, it's a big deal. It is something that's been underutilized for the last decade. There hasn't been that many lots created because it's an option. It's an option to people who buy larger lots out in, and I'm talking 10, 20, 50, 100 acres that have owned property for a very, very long time. And I have a lot of legacy properties in my area that used to be dairies. Pierce County used to be one of the biggest dairy farmers areas around. I think at one time I heard that there was 50 dairies in Pierce County. There is now 1 dairy, and that is in my district. And so a lot of those properties have been held by families for 50, 60, 70 years. It's always been part of their retirement plan to be able to use bonus density to carve off some lots that they could sell to family members, to friends, to basically pay for their retirement. Because anyone who who has worked in that business knows you're not in it for the money. So for me, it turned into a property rights issue after listening to a few stories from families who have basically worked on to dusk to hit retirement age and have options on what to do with their property. So in putting some of the amendments together, I did the open space set aside. One of the things that I looked at was to be able to build climate resilience and carbon capture by designating those open space parcels as independent zone or tracts of property, limiting what can be done on those pieces of property. And that's basically taking it down to you could have trails, and that's pretty much it. Before it was proposed, some of them were going to use make golf courses out of it, I heard. Some were going to do, set aside for their septic drain fields and things like that. So protecting those areas, it just gets us closer to, as you saw on the slide, our up to 100,000 acres of forest land, because we need the public's buy-in to do that. We're not going to be able to do it. And if we could have folks that designate their properties as open space, that just helps us. And when you look at clustering and putting homes together in some of the areas, it kind of made sense to me. And like I say, it's been underutilized in Pierce County, even though, it could turn into a lot of lots if a lot of people decided to do this. But there again, it's an option. Not everyone's going to do this. A lot of people out in my area are very resilient. They're very tough. They want to be left alone, and they don't demand much in the way of services. So yes, some of these are out a ways, and but I don't have people requesting that I put in new roads, new sidewalks, etc. So when I look at bonus density, I think of property rights, the freedom of choice when you're looking at where you want to live and what type of acreage you want to build on. Not everyone's going to want to live on a transit corridor and live in a concrete 5-story building. So with this, I think it makes sense that we continue that practice. I know we're up against, some requirements from Vision 2050 and, this keeping rural character issue, and understanding that unfortunately we don't control a lot of our land use because of GMA. So we have to abide by a lot of rules that are outside of our control. I understand that. But I think there again, I owe it to my families who want to use this option that have been working for 50, 60 years on the land, and they would like to retire with something, either that or have their family around them to retire. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to pontificate.
Thank you, Councilman Morell. Are there other remarks about Council Amendment number 4? Councilmember Vice Chair Kimball.
I feel like you jumped ahead to me. Was there other comments? Or?
I was going to see if Councilmember Denton was going to offer her amendment to the amendment.
We can do the amendment. Amendment would.
Councilmember Denton.
All right, thank you so much. Let me start by saying that I really, I'm going to get there. Thanks. I was giving an introduction to it. I wanted to start by saying that I appreciated Councilmember Morell's tweaks to the rural bonus density program. It definitely makes it a better program, and my amendment adds just an additional little thing that I think makes it even better. I also want to be transparent because I just don't want to give the impression I will be a definite no on the underlying amendment. But just in case, I wanted to do what I could to strengthen the rural bonus density program in regards to, I think, what the public expects is the public benefit from this program. So I would like to move for approval the amendment to council amendment number 4.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt the amendment to the amendment number 4. Ms. Red Hunt to brief.
So amendment to amendment number 4 makes small changes to the language in the proposed land use policy 44.3.1. So where the first part of the policy requires land set aside as open space as a condition of receiving residential bonus densities be dedicated in a separate tract from clustered residential lots, the amendment to the amendment would add that they be in a contiguous area in a separate tract from clustered residential lots. It also, this policy also specifies that land should be managed utilizing best practices to achieve climate resiliency, and carbon sequestration goals are intended to remain undeveloped. To that thought, it would add that land should be managed or restored to in a natural state, still utilizing best practices for climate resiliency and carbon sequestration goals. So minor amendments to the proposed language of LU 44.3.1.
Thank you. Councilor Denson.
Thank you. Ms. Red Hunt described it perfectly. I think that probably the couple of developments that I have seen that were lovely did have the tracks in a contiguous area. And I think that's probably the way a lot of them are just practically designed. But it is important. It's important for reasons that we just discussed in regards to the other amendment about fragmenting wildlife corridors and habitat areas. So I just think that's a nice addition, just to make sure that, again, I think the public expects a contiguous area to be set aside, and so I think that's a nice change. And then the other one, it already says these lands should be managed utilizing best practices, blah, blah, blah. We just added or restored in a natural space. So it's an option, but it's, again, calling out, I think, what the public expects in regards to the benefit that they would get from a developer or a builder or a landowner getting another lot on a parcel, that what's left in open space is more of a natural space that is of greater benefit to the environment. So I appreciate a yes vote on this amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Denson. Vice Chair Campbell.
To make an analogy here, often the work of amendments to the U.S. Constitution is to make a more perfect union. We've already heard described the comp plan as an imperfect document that we're working on to try to make less imperfect. And so I think that this amendment to this, speaking to the amendment makes the underlying one less imperfect. So I'll support it.
Thank you. Councilmember Morell.
I'm not going to go there.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the amendment to the amendment, and I'll save more remarks when we get back to Amendment 4 as likely amended. I have serious concerns about Amendment 4. Removing bonus densities and really bending the trend of development away from the rural area is a centerpiece to this comprehensive plan update, and absolutely critical to getting this plan certified by the Puget Sound Regional Council, and saving taxpayers money, and not overextending ourselves significantly in so many ways in the rural areas. So more to come on Amendment 4, but I will be supporting the amendment to Amendment 4. We'll take a voice vote on the adoption of Amendment to the Amendment 4. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's adopted. We have Amendment 4 as adopted. I have Amendment 4 as amended. Are there further remarks? Councilmember Morell.
Thank you. I appreciate the amendment to the amendment because I think it makes it a much better bill to pass. So, in looking at this, under item number 7 on your printed document of number 4, when it talks about the findings. And I spoke to, this has been an option for a long time in unincorporated Pierce County. And between, 2012 and 2024, there was an average of 29 new residential lots created in the residential area each year. There was also short plats that were platted with a total of 253 lots, and then formal plats, which is 96. So added all that up, there's not a lot of lots created out of this. Now, of course, when we take it into consideration, we have to look at what is the potential out there. And yes, the potential does exceed our housing unit allotment for rural areas. And, I can't argue that point. The point that I can basically discuss is what I see in my working families and not allowing them to use the property as they thought they could use. I have a large piece of property that I've owned for 40 years on South Hills where I raised my family. I've been rezoned 3 times on that particular piece of property, and each time I had to change what I was doing. Sure, I was grandfathered because I bought it when it was general zoning, which caused all the problems in Pierce County. But for me, it allowed me to run my business out of the property, and that's what I was looking for. And then it went single family residential. Well, I could probably bring home a trunkload of letters, offers to buy that property when it was single family. Now it got rezoned commercial, EC, and it's been that way for the last 15 years. And, I get offers all the time on that property. I've chosen to preserve it. I've chosen to allow my daughter to run a company out of there. I live in paradise. And but each time I had to change how I was going to do things. And it's real frustrating when in government we control people's lives through zoning, codes, and rules and regulations. And this is another case where, we can say it destroys the rural nature of the area, but like I say, it hasn't. Most of the development that's happened in rural Pierce County happened pre-GMA or early GMA on vested lots. So to drive around and go, oh, look at all this growth. Yeah, it did happen. But these bonus density property owners are very strategic in what they do, and it's not something they will do except for to make their retirement and to be able to bring their families closer together and have options in life. So with that, I will basically request that we support this amendment, and I appreciate all the work that went into this, the multiple versions. The phasing out even was the last one that I did to give people an opportunity to do something with their property. And then that window closes December 31st, 2029. If you don't do it, you lose it. But, you know, I don't know if that's enough to move the needle or not, but, you know, I gave it the old college try, as it were, to try and, you know, get the 4 votes needed. So I'm hoping I got them, but if not, you know, I did what I could. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Morell. You have had a lot of conversation and work on this. Again, bending the trend of rural growth into our urban areas is really the centerpiece of our preferred alternative. It's a centerpiece of our strategy to lower the impact to taxpayers, to serve sprawl. Ms. Flemister, in her presentation, shared quite a bit, and she could have spent a lot more about the analysis done about the cost to taxpayers to serve a sprawling landscape, schools, sidewalks, law enforcement, public safety, sewers, the list goes, roads and transportation, the list goes on, and it's really expensive. So maybe we don't see it overnight or even in 1 year or 2 years, but over the life of the plan, we would see a lot of growth and would have to service that growth. And we just simply cannot afford to do that. We can't afford to do that with taxpayer dollars. We can't afford to do that with the cost to the environment. And it's not just the realized growth in the near term, even over the 5 years here. It's the simple potential of that growth that will make us out of compliance. I am absolutely convinced of this. And why the council and the county wants to spend a long time in taxpayer money in litigation that I'm absolutely certain will come and on its face make us, just by the numbers, make us out of compliance with our growth targets on its face. It doesn't make any sense to me. That taxpayers do not want us to waste their money like that. So I know you've worked hard on this, Councilor Morell, but this really guts a major element of our comprehensive plan and our strategy here to finally begin to bend the trend to protect the rural area and enhance our urban areas and use taxpayer dollars much more wisely. I really hope we respectfully vote this down tonight. Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Speaking with Councilmember Morell on this, and we've spoken extensively on this, he asked that I do give comments on this tonight. 1975, I was just realizing, 50 years ago, my parents bought rural land, 40 acres, 35 miles outside Omaha, Nebraska, little farm I was raised on. They still have it to this day. Sprawl is kind of a thing they embrace in Nebraska, so the city that was 35 miles away is now about 5. So, but they have the roads and the infrastructure to support it in a way that we don't hear. That's it, and part of it is they're not sandwiched between a sound and a mountain, and the topography is very different and very much more conducive. But we have a lot of pressure on being able to put more housing in Pierce County. 900,000 plus people here now. Puts us bigger than, what, 5, 6 U.S. states. One of the top 100 most populous counties in America. And we're not slowing down anytime soon. I was looking at the map that we had up there earlier, realizing that about 40% of our county is just not available for housing. Because A, it's a volcano, or it's an ocean, or it's a military base. And so what I was seeing was a whole lot of zoning activity in a pretty small area, and that's a challenge we're going to have to figure out. Clustering kept getting dropped a lot in here, and the truth is that we can cluster on these properties now. We increase rural densities that effectively gives you more incentive to cluster, but they can cluster now, and frankly, to build one road into 10 houses is easier than building 10 roads into 10 houses. And so there's already natural incentives to cluster, putting it in there would perhaps lead to more. And while I agree that I do agree that this does hit right at the very core of what we don't want to do. We don't want to pave to the mountain. We want to make sure that we're bringing the densities within the urban growth area, that we are finding ways to, I mean, you can drive around and still see a lot of underdeveloped land. At the same time, I don't, we've looked at the trend. I mean, not everyone's going to go turn their parcels. I mean, my parents have lived there 50 years. Their parcel's probably not going to get turned over for another 40, 50 years, even though they're not that far away, just because geographically. And so I don't know that it would strain it as much as we fear, but it probably would put us in some difficult areas that we would have to navigate in the future, or we will have to navigate in the future whether this passes or not. There's concern about us ending up in litigation. I've been full-throatedly promised from both sides that no matter what we do tonight, we will be challenged. So we can fear litigation. It's coming. This is not the final step of this process. There will be more appeals, no matter how we vote this through, and more outcomes. And so, Dave, you've done a tremendous job with bringing this forward, and a deep, deep respect for everything you've done with this. And this whole comp plan, you have been fiercely engaged, and you should be very proud of the work that you've done. You've, I think, shown a lot of us what it is to really work an issue, and change some heart and minds along the way. I think your imperfect amendment here to the imperfect document is nice. I don't know if it's enough, but it's nice. So congrats on the hard work.
Thank you, Vice Chair Campbell. Are there other remarks on Amendment 4 as amended? Not seeing any. We'll take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 4 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
By my ear, the amendment is not adopted. But amendment number 5, Councilmember Morell for a motion, please.
Yes. I move for adoption amendment number 5.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 5. Ms. Rhett Hunt.
Council Amendment number 5 would amend the urban growth area boundary in order to keep the study area SP01, which is associated with the potential annexation area for the town of South Prairie. It would keep that within the UGA boundary, and in doing so, it would change the proposed land use designation and zoning from rural residential to suburban residential.
Councilmember Morell to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a UGA insertion. This area was designated to be retracted from the UGA. The challenge with any of my small towns, and I've got 3 or 4 of them, is they just don't have any room to expand. Department of Commerce is expecting them to have affordable housing and property available for housing options, and without this 20 acres, the town of South Prairie really doesn't have any place to grow. And there again, it's not going to happen tomorrow, but I think there again, with our small towns, we just need to do whatever we can to help them along the way. So this UGA boundary amendment, hopefully I can get support on this for my little town of South Prairie. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other remarks on Amendment 5? I'm not thrilled to support extending or not retracting the UGA. But in this case, I've had lots of conversation with Councilmember Morell about this. I will be supporting it. And Councilmember Morell makes a very important point about many of the small towns, especially that he represents. And Assistant Director Flemister, I think we have work to do with the State Department of Commerce to help advocate with our small towns that are truly constricted. In this case, the town of South Prairie is restricted from growing simply because they don't have wastewater capacity. And so what are they supposed to do? And instead of getting penalized by the State Department of Commerce when they have real restrictions of things like wastewater capacity, it makes them impossible for them to meet their growth targets, as an example, when they're dictated to grow in such a way that is really impractical compared to like the city of Tacoma or the city of Lakewood. So Councilman Morell makes a really good point here, and other small communities, and I think we have work to do to help Department of Commerce really understand the practicality of the constraints here. So I will be supporting this amendment. Any other remarks? We're going to take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 5. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The motion is adopted. We have Council Amendment number 6 before us. Councilmember Denson for a motion.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I move to approve Council Amendment number 6.
Second. It's been properly moved and seconded that we approve Council Amendment number 6. Ms. Red Hunt.
So Council Amendment number 6 would remove the Rural 5 zone. So let me take you on a brief little journey. When we received the proposal from the department, there was no Rural 5 zone in the proposal. It had been removed consistent with the direction and Resolution 2024-158S. During an amendment, a committee amendment, the Rural 5 zone was put back into the comprehensive plan. This would remove it from the comprehensive plan, return the plan as proposed with no Rural 5 zone.
Thank you. Councilmember Denson to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that description. We heard a little bit about this tonight from Assistant Director Flemister. Part of the department's strategy for helping us to be compliant with the Growth Management Act and getting as close as possible to the numbers that we are supposed to have in the rural area was the elimination of the rural bonus density that we just discussed and the elimination of the R5 zone. In the Community Development and Economic Environment Committee, as you just heard, that zone was reinstated. I felt like it was important for the full council to weigh in on this because it's really important. And I realized during the committee meeting, and I think it was Chair Mello that illuminated this for me, that by reinstating the R5 zone, not only are currently zoned properties that are R5, not only will they stay R5, but there's also going to be an opportunity for less intensely zoned properties, R10, etc. They could apply to the hearing examiner to be upzoned to R5. And that is absolutely going in the wrong direction that we want to go. That will add density to the rural areas. It could add density in areas that we never even imagined, that aren't even close to the urban growth areas, which is typically where you will find R5. So we know what that's going to do. I don't have to reiterate in regards to traffic and water use and strain on our already inadequate public safety resources in the rural areas. So I'm asking for a no vote to reinstate what the department suggested, to eliminate the R5 zone, to get us closer to those rural numbers that we're supposed to be shooting for to make us compliant with the Growth Management Act. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I believe you want a yes vote, right, Councilmember Denson?
Yes, I want a yes vote on the amendment.
The hour's late. I'm poking fun. Thank you for accepting the humor. Are there any other remarks on Amendment 6? Councilmember Morell.
Thank you, and I will suggest a no vote on this amendment. We have debated this back and forth. The R5 zone is unique at the fact that it's pretty much attached to the UGA areas. You're not going to spend money building infrastructure. You're not going to spend a lot of money bringing sewers and septic and other things to these properties. There's not that many of them. The impact, I think we had looked at once, was 141 potential lots out of this.
Correct.
And like I say, I think we need to have some buildable land in the kind of outlie areas of the UGA. None of these are located, between Graham and Eatonville, for instance. And so I just think it makes good sense to keep the R5 zoning in there. We do have an amendment later on that I might support, and that's amendment number 14, but amendment number 6, I am not in favor of. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Campbell.
And Councilmember Morrell summed a lot of it up. We had some pretty extensive conversation at committee. I supported it then. I will support it now by not supporting the amendment, but and I think a lot of the work that you do on the upcoming Council 14 addresses the loopholes that Councilmember Denson brought forward. So it does make it a more perfect amendment, and so I will give an opportunity for you to bring 14 forward. Well, I will be voting no on this.
Thank you, Vice Chair Campbell. Councilor Denson, thank you for your continued work to make sure we meet our growth targets. I know you've really led this work. I too think the appropriate compromise is an amendment to come in 14. So I think your amendment 14 to come strikes the right balance, and so I will be respectfully not voting in favor of this amendment this evening, though I know you've worked really hard to put this puzzle together. We're going to take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 6. All those in favor of adopting Council Amendment number 6, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, excuse me. We'll do that again. All those in favor of adopting Council Amendment number 6, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
The amendment is not adopted. We're at Council Amendment number 7. Councilmember Krueger for a motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move Amendment 7 for approval.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 7. Ms. Rhett Hunt to brief.
So Council Amendment number 7 addresses another potential adjustment to the urban growth area boundary, this time for land in study area EA05, which is within the potential annexation area of the town of Eatonville. This would keep area EA05 within the urban growth boundary, including and change the proposed land use designation and zoning to suburban residential. As with a previous amendment, there is a proposed amendment to this amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Krueger, do you want to speak to your amendment first?
The amendment is to maintain the section here for the urban area. They have already had several areas that were removed out of their urban area out into the rural, and they have been planning to make this annexed anyway, the 37%, and that resolution has already been done. And so being the small town, they are also with the same kinds, similar to the other small towns that are in the state. And they had been looking forward and making plans for quite some time with these areas. However, they too are short-staffed. The funds are intermittent in a small town, and they're requesting that it remain. It's in their potential annexation area, and for it to remain there. So they have areas that area to work with. They've already got plans for the open space.
Thank you, Councilmember Krueger. Other remarks on this amendment? Councilmember Denson to move your amendment to the amendment.
Yes, thank you. I move for approval amendment to council amendment number 7.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt the amendment to the amendment number 7.
So the amendment to amendment number 7 would still proposes to keep study area EO5 in the UGA. However, that portion of the study area that is owned by the city of Eatonville, instead of being changed in land use designation and zoning to suburban residential, it would be changed to parks land use and zoning.
Any remarks on this amendment? Councilmember Denson.
Yeah, just real quickly, we heard from Planning and Public Works about the open space corridor in this area. I heard from other stakeholders about the appreciation of the open space corridor there, the salmon bearing stream that runs right through with the Mashal River. So I think it makes a good statement to put this in Parks and Rec. However, we did learn today that the town is actively moving ahead with annexing. And once they annex it, then they can do whatever they like. I hope it ends up being a park, but I wish them the best of luck. And, you know, it's really up to them at that point.
Thank you. Councilmember Cruver.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your consideration, Councilmember Denson. When I spoke to the planner, he was okay with the amendment on it, and you know it's an area that loves the open space. They love the trees, they love all of that out there, but they also have to service a lot of folks who are traveling to the mountain. And now that they have been on the reservation system, they can't get there, so they have to come back to town. So they need to be able to have areas where people can recreate, and that's the main areas that it has been used for. So it's kind of a win-win situation. So we've not a problem here.
Thank you. We're going to take a voice vote on the amendment to Council Amendment number 7. All those in favor of adopting the amendment to Council Amendment number 7, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's adopted. We have Council Amendment number 7 now before us as amended. Are there any final remarks? I'll be supporting this as well. Thank you, Councilmember Cruver, for working with the town of Eatonville to bring this forward and making the case. Councilmember Cruver.
Thanks. Just for some good news, the planner would be here and he's a new dad though, so he's excused.
Thank you. We have Council Amendment number 7 as amended before us. All those in favor of adopting Council Amendment number 7, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The motion is adopted. We have Council Amendment number 8 before us. Councilmember Hitchin for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move Council Amendment number 8.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 8. Ms. Ritt-Hunt to brief.
Council Amendment number 8 would adjust the level of service standard for ferries in both the comprehensive plan and the capital facilities plan. The proposed level of service standard in these two plans changed the current standard of maintain ferry capacity at 100% peak winter weekday demand to daily service with capacity to serve the Anderson Island population. So this amendment would remove the proposed new level of service as written and restore the existing one, which recognizes a measurable standard of 100% of peak winter weekday demand, as well as recognizes that more than Anderson Island is served by the ferry.
Thank you. Councilmember Hitchin to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Chair. The communities on Anderson and Ketron Island depend on the ferries every day, and when things are not going well, it's a problem, and I just wanted to make sure that we had an actual measurable number, and I felt that the original language that was in there gave us a measurable number, and we actually do collect data that we can go back and look at as far as level of service in comparison to a standard of 100% peak winter. And when it was just serve the population, that was vague. So chose to refine. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other remarks on Amendment 8? Seeing none, we're going to take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 8. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The motion's adopted. Council Member Denson to move Council Amendment number 9, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve Council Amendment number 9.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 9. Ms. Red Hunt to brief.
Amendment number 9 would change the proposed land use designation and zoning of parcels owned by the Peninsula School District to public institution. This is a bit of a Part B. If those of you who remember back in committee, there was an amendment that did the same thing for parcels that are owned by the school district and others that are in existing public institution zoning. Since the time of that amendment, the school district has closed on a number of properties which are now in that same vicinity but owned by the Peninsula School District, and they would like that to be zoned for public institution along with the other properties that were already amended into public institution land use and zoning.
Thank you. Councilor Denson to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Red Hunt, for the explanation. I just want to congratulate and thank Peninsula School District for moving forward, thinking into the future, purchasing these 8 parcels that are contiguous to an elementary school, Purdy Elementary and Peninsula High School. So I think it's great for the school district. It's great for the community. The community is thrilled about it. I know that the school district will be excellent stewards, and they were able to close in time for us to get this done for them so they don't have to come back in 2 years and ask for a comprehensive plan amendment. So it saves staff time and money, and it's just all wonderful. I'm very, very excited about this, as you can tell, and thank you for your support.
Thank you. Are there other remarks on Council Amendment number 9? Seeing none, we're going to take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 9. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The motion's adopted. Councilmember Krueger to move Council Amendment number 10.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move Council Amendment number 10 for approval.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 10. Ms. Red Hunt to brief.
Amendment number 10 would make changes to land use element policies to support forest lands of long-term commercial significance. So this amendment includes several points in which changes are made to the language of policies. So for example, in point 1, goal LU 70 currently says limit development on designated forest resource lands which serve a key role in Pierce County's carbon sequestration efforts. The amendment would add and promote forest practices that maximize carbon sequestration. In point 2, there is a policy that says maintain the vitality of forestry and then continues on, but it would replace vitality with maintain the economic and environmental values of forestry. In point 3, it would change some language. It would basically replace some outdated language that says remove land from the designation, meaning the forest resource land designation, only when it has been demonstrated that the land is no longer suitable for long-term forest production. It would take away that no longer suitable for long-term and replace it with the more up-to-date term of or phrase no longer has long-term commercial significance, which parrots the Growth Management Act. And then in point 4, it would replace the existing policy LU 70.4 to read, recognize the right to practice forestry as a part of rural character. And in point 5, to policy LU 70.5, which allows Christmas tree farms and the direct marketing of forest products associated with the holiday season. It would also add the harvest of floral greens.
Thank you. Councilmember Krueger to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Chair. It is just basically solidifying the value of our forests and updating the language a little bit, because sometimes the forests seem to get put aside where people forget of the extra value that is in there with the timber and the sequestration and the carbon, the wood products, and it just is just adding a little emphasis to the policy for consideration.
Thank
you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, the majority of this is referring to working lands, privately owned lands, that kind of like actual forest land that is being used for timber harvest or that kind of work?
These policies apply specifically to forest resource lands.
Okay.
Designated forest resource lands. So those have, is a special category under GMA for, that have the ability to be used for ongoing forestry of long-term commercial significance.
Which typically are privately held.
Typically privately held.
Okay, thank you. I know at the Timber Caucus, we've been talking about how really to get your working forest lands more effective in carbon sequestration by working them and also thinning them to reduce wildfire risk and all those things that really we're seeing when we aren't doing that kind of care. So I am planning on supporting this. I think it's a really well thought out plan as we've been learning about how to do this. I just wanted to make sure because there's a difference between working forest lands and like our parks and preservation and that kind of thing. So thank you for your work on this, Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you, Councilmember Chin. Vice Chair Campbell.
Someone help me define floral greens. What? That doesn't help me define. I'm hearing that that's a plan. My thought was, and maybe in asking what my concern is, and going on to publicly owned, would this allow people to go onto publicly owned forest lands and harvest ferns or other plants like that off publicly owned forest lands?
No, these policies wouldn't. If there was a piece of property that was designated forest resource lands, it would allow, and that was owned by the public, then the public entity that owns it could make it available if they wanted to for that, but it overall doesn't give any blanket statement that people can just go into forest lands and start harvesting salal or other floral greens.
Sorry, I'm not up on my floral greens. All my questions are answered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Krueger, there was earlier amendment in committee where there were some questions and you clearly worked to rework it, and thank you for hearing the discussion in committee and reworking it. I appreciate that. I will be supportive. Our timber industry is really important for wood products and telephone poles and all kinds of things to make our world run, and it should be done in a sustainable way. We're going to take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 10. All those in favor of adopting Council Amendment number 10, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's adopted. We're at Council Amendment number 11. Councilmember Denton for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I move that we approve Council Amendment number 11.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 11. Ms. Rhett Hunt to brief.
Council Amendment number 11 is a technical amendment to the ordinance. It inserts meeting dates of the committee and this body, as well as the publication date of the final environmental impact statement, and sets the effective date of the ordinance as February 1st, 2025.
There are questions or comments about Amendment number 11? Not seeing any, we're going to take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 10. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The motion's adopted. We're at Amendment number 12. Councilmember Denson for a motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve Council Amendment number 12.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 12. Ms. Rhett Hunt.
Council Amendment number 12 inserts information into the findings of fact in Exhibit E. So it inserts some technical information like we just spoke about, which includes in points 1 and 2 meeting dates of this body and the committee. It also inserts findings in Exhibit E that have specific findings for each of the areas that are proposed to be retracted from the urban growth area. So the findings didn't specifically make any statement about why things should be retracted or not be retracted from the urban growth area. all of the urban growth area amendments that have been processed through committee or processed here all have a finding that was entered, and we noticed that there was a gap. There were no findings entered for what the county plans to retract. Those are added here.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments about Amendment 12? Not seeing any. We'll take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 12. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The motion's adopted. Right, Amendment 13, Councilmember Denson for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve Council Amendment number 13.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 13. Ms. Red Hunt to brief.
Okay. Amendment number 13 corrects inconsistency, errors, and omissions in the comprehensive plan and capital facilities documents. So in a big document like this, stuff gets renumbered and it moves around, and sometimes not all the places where that stuff gets moved around gets caught. So this also in a big document like this, sometimes you'll find an inconsistency between certain maps or tables, and those things, many of those inconsistencies, as many as we could find, have been caught and documented here. There's also some blanket statements that allow the department, as they're taking the document, which Exhibit B and Exhibit B, for example, is in a draft format so that it showed the public as well as yourselves where changes were being made. But all of those proofreading marks and editor's notes, those things need to be removed. As amendments have added and taken policies away, we've done our best to try and keep the numbering consistent, but things happen, so it allows some of those inadvertent errors to be corrected, etc. So what we see is in points 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all of those are changes that are changes to corrections to inconsistencies made by moving policies around. So changing policy numbers. In number 7, there is a mistake where it talks about a bus rapid transit corridor, and it mistakenly identifies it as Route 3, but the map adjacent to that text clearly shows Route 2. So that is corrected. There are a couple of other amendments in 8 and 9, where these are in the technical appendix to the transportation element. There was a missing word in a sentence in number 8. In number 9, there was a small inconsistency in a map, so the map is replaced. Likewise, in number 10, there is a table that had missing text that is proposed to be added. The text reads, "If a trail is not possible, pursue an option with sidewalks and bike lanes." And then in point 11, there's 3 major maps in the land use element that have to do with the urban growth boundary. So the land use designation map, which shows things that are in or out of the urban growth boundary, along with other information. There's a map that shows potential annexation areas, and there's a map that shows urban, rural, and resource lands. The amendments made by council during the process have changed the boundaries of those maps, and each of those amendments specifically changes those maps. However, there's about 36 other maps within the comprehensive plan that have the urban growth area boundary shown for informational purposes, to help you locate yourself in space, like sometimes roads are shown on a map or parcels are shown on a map. All of those maps will need to be updated with the revised urban growth boundary. That's what number 11 says. In 12, 13, and 14, these are the blanket statements for Exhibit B that cover As the department is creating the final plan, they have the ability to correct small errors in the plan, removing editorial notes, correcting inconsistencies in numbering, cross-referencing, and sometimes there's text or tables that may also need to be updated to reflect the amendments. So that is there. And then Exhibit D, which is the capital facilities plan, there was a small error in a figure that has to do with level of service for vehicles. That's proposed to be replaced. And then there's a blanket statement in point 16 about correcting inconsistencies in the capital facilities plan.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments about Council Amendment number 13? Not seeing any. Take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 13. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's adopted. Believe it or not, we have our final amendment in front of us. Unless there's one I'm not aware of.
Oh, wait.
Councilmember Denson to move Council Amendment 14, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve Council Amendment number 14.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 14. Ms. Red Hunt to brief the Council.
Council Amendment 14. This would amend the land use element to restrict expansion of the Rural 5 zone. So just a few short minutes ago, we were discussing another amendment that would remove the Rural 5 zone. It failed. However, the issue that was spoken to about the possible expansion of the Rural 5 zone, this is addressed in this amendment. So to get a little bit technical, when you have a land use designation and you have implementing zoning, right now in the county where we have R5 and R10, R5 is in its own land use designation, and in order to zone anything in or out of it, you have to get a comprehensive plan amendment. The same with R10. In fact, the same with all of our rural zones at current time. When the R5 was put in, it was consolidated as an implementing zone of rural residential with R10. That creates the potential problem that someone could ask for a rezone of an R10 property without requiring a comprehensive plan amendment. It would only require a hearing examiner-based rezone. So this amendment undoes that. It puts R5 in its own category as it is today, and R10 is in its own category as it is today, which is renamed rural residential. In addition, in point 5, it adds a series of policies that explain how the rural 5 zone is to be applied and designated, or how the land use is to be applied and designated. Now, in the comprehensive plan update in general, policies were added to explain how to apply the land use designation and zoning of a variety of zones. Those policies, those types of policies are very common in comprehensive plans, but in the Pierce County's comprehensive plan, as it exists now, there aren't a lot of those policies. So it was a bit of a policy gap. So as Ms. Flemister explained, the proposal creates new land use designations and zones. It combines things together to make it more efficient to build housing, and policies were created to support that. In reinstating the Rural 5 zone as its own land use designation, these policies explain how it should be designated and applied. And so the goal would say to provide areas for rural land uses that buffer between urban areas and other rural lands through the Rural 5 R5 land use designation. And that would be implemented with 3 policies. The first would be to designate lands as rural 5 in contiguous areas adjacent to or within approximately 1 mile of the urban growth area boundary and where lot sizes average approximately 7 acres or less in size. That policy basically explains where the R5 zones and R5 land use designation is today. 46.2 would implement the rural 5 land use designation through the rural 5 zone. And then 46.3 would prohibit rezones to rural 5 from less intensive rural zones. So essentially, this set of policies would ensure that while the rural 5 land use designation and zone could continue forward as it is today, it would be very difficult to expand that zone. Any expansion of the zone would require a council-approved comprehensive plan amendment, and the direction would be to prohibit rezones from less intensive rural zones, so not from like R10 or R20 to R5.
Thank you for that explanation. Councilmember Denson, to speak to your amendment.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Red Hunt explained it perfectly, so I don't think I need to say too much more. If there's questions, Ms. Red Hunt can more than aptly answer them. I just think that although this is not as good as Amendment 6, this is Plan B, it does retain the currently zoned properties, but it allows us to avoid the unintended consequences of opening R5 up to expanding and having more properties get zoned R5, which is, the opposite direction that we want to go in our rural areas. So thank you to Ms. Red Hunt for helping me figure out how to do this in a way that makes sense and reflects, what we're trying to do with this comp plan. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there other remarks about Council Amendment number 14? This is the compromise that several of us alluded to earlier, and I appreciate Councilmember Denson's work on this, and I will be supporting it. We take a voice vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 14. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The motion is adopted. Those are all the amendments that we have prepared. We're now going to open up finally for a public hearing. For those of you that stayed this late, we owe you an award of some kind. I wish we could reduce your property taxes or something meaningful that you would appreciate. But I don't think the Assessor Treasurer would let us do that. So instead, you get our...
You make the rules. Assessor Treasurer only implements the rules you make.
True. What you get is our attention and our gratitude for being patient, and many of you have participated along this very lengthy process, close to a 3-year public process. Many of you have engaged for a very long time, and it's made a better product because of it. Thank you for your ongoing engagement. Others have, for any number of reasons, recently engaged. Whether you're new or a veteran to this process, we really do appreciate hearing from the public. So we're going to open up for a public hearing. We're going to start here in chambers. I'm not going to go to the list because people have come and gone. So we're just going to open it up. Anyone here for the comprehensive plan, please come to the podium. We're going to ask you to state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to make your remarks. Please come forward, Josh. You know the timer is to your right. Please proceed.
My name is Joshua Hosford. I live at 28812 Inkelman Road in Buckley, Washington. I'm the president of Citizens Line for Property Rights here in Pierce County. I guess my comments are just related to making sure everyone at the council read the letter that was submitted a few weeks ago by our attorney related to removal of the bonus density. I just want to make sure that everyone's received that. I think we entered that into the record. That was a follow-up on a letter that we submitted back in April. I think that there was testimony earlier talking about the CAO and talking about taking a buffer from 100 feet to 200 feet potentially is a violation of the takings clause. I think that sometimes talking about the Constitution in a setting like this makes it feel like, that is something that's just too far removed. But what I will tell you is over the last 5 years especially, there's been many cases that have went to the Supreme Court related to these land use issues that are very difficult now, every time these comp plans and other issues get changed, that have changed course. So I guess I'm disappointed that even with the changes to the amendment, many changes to trying to figure out how to retain for a period of time rural density bonus, this council still has decided that that is not something they can move forward with. I question when I've heard multiple times that this is like a keystone part of this comp plan. I feel like it's got a lot of attention, just like the short-term rental folks have gotten a lot of attention. But, one thing that should be a keystone of the discussion is the letter that was provided in the spring related to the comp plan from Pierce Transit, where they said that if you choose option 3, which this is basically what we have today is option 3, we can't support it. We don't have the money to support it. And this letter was just kind of glossed over in the draft EIS part of this process. And so I guess as a president of my own company, as a leader, I look at a letter like this at the beginning of the process, and it makes me stop the process and go, wait a minute, to dump tens of thousands of units south of 512 between Pacific and Meridian, tens of thousands of units over the next 20 years, when the transit agency cannot support this, and the voters don't understand that a huge tax increase will be required to support that density, makes me believe that this plan as written has significant problems. So that's if all the discussion, if I was the PSRC, if I was the State Department of Commerce, this is what I would care the most about. This is what I would challenge our comp plan on. It would have nothing to do with the minor issues of rural density and all these little things that are important to different groups. But this thing is a smoking gun and a major problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Others here in council chambers on the comprehensive plan, please come to the podium. You've been sitting for a while. Please remember to state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Barbara Rowland, 7108 Key Peninsula Highway, Lake Bay. I'm going to talk money. You haven't heard that topic tonight. Okay. As the county, for the Key Peninsula, I know you are not going to build a second bridge from 144th Street across Burley Lagoon. So that eliminates a lot of traffic ability onto the Key Peninsula. There are 4 two-lane roads on the Key Peninsula, and that includes State 302. But none of those are going to be widened or increased. You're not doing a 4-lane road to nowhere out at Devil's Head. So making more road isn't available. Now, Kitsap roads that butt into our roads are really good roads. Kitsap County's done a really good job. Now, the state, their road is falling off the bank just as it crosses into Mason County again. So, Pierce County roads are better than the state road. Now, the Key Peninsula has 1 2-lane road for half of the whole peninsula, and it comes in at the Home Bridge. Now, if we have a forest fire anywhere out there, you are not getting Camp Coleman, you are not getting the Presbyterian camp, you are not getting all the people and their horses through that 2-lane road on the Home Bridge, because there will be a wreck. Guaranteed. We do it all the time, even without a forest fire. The other night, all kinds of blinky lights in front of my house, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and here are 2 sheriff cars. They're collecting a stolen vehicle out from the side of my house. Now, that was the whole sum and substance of the whole sheriff's department for North Gig Harbor and all of the area of the Key Peninsula, and I got to talk to both of them for about 5 minutes. We need more stuff. Now, I know you're not going to put a whole septic system for the whole Key Peninsula. One, nobody can afford the bankrupting for it. And you're not putting a water system the whole length of the Key Peninsula. So we need to be real careful how many people are allowed to build out there. Now, there is a group that is talking about seceding to Kitsap County again. About every 5-6 years, a group goes to Kitsap County and petitions to see if they will adopt us out there. Well, it's coming up again. Key Peninsula turned down its fire levy because of taxes. You got a tax revolt going on out on the Key Peninsula, so.
Thank you. Please conclude your remarks. Your 3 minutes are over.
Thank you very much. And I have truly enjoyed all the meetings I've been coming to. It's been really worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm Dale Scrivenage, and I am also from the Key Peninsula. And I don't think a lot of people realize how limited we are. The peninsula itself is at the most, depending on the tide, 20 miles long. The widest spot is 7.5 miles across this, and that's about in Key Center. Our big problem is if we have too many homes, we have no water. We are all depend on one aquifer, and we have no water system at all. There are very few, I would say maybe 3 altogether, big wells, and that's in our commercial areas, our 3 little commercial areas. So everybody else is on a septic fields and have reserves. And like we say, we have a lot of water, but you can't drink it. And so we'd really appreciate if you watch the density, because the new people won't be able to drink it either. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Are there others here in council chambers? Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Chair and members of the council, my name is Randy Lewis. I'm here tonight for FutureWise, the buildable lands organization that works across Washington State to work to protect resource lands, forests, farmlands, and the ability to build housing and dense communities that are livable. And we're here today to thank you for the work you've done tonight, because you've taken away one of the biggest problems Pierce County's had over the past few years, and that is those density bonuses that caused you to have more growth in the rural area than you should have had, that caused increased transportation costs for you, which put you in a deficit position for transportation going forward. You've addressed that now. And I know it was hard. I know there was lots of time and effort that goes through that. I worked with elected officials for a very long time. I know what goes on behind this podium to get these decisions made. And so I want to thank you on behalf of FutureWise for the work you've done tonight. And we will be there with you going forward if the need be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Are there others here in council chambers on the comprehensive plan update? Mr. Wade Miller.
And I want to thank you too. I think what you're doing.
Your name for the record, please.
Oh, Pete Waymiller, Gig Harbor, 10212 36th Street Northwest. I live in 2 critical areas, and there's more developments going on across the street, and we're proud to steward our waterfront area. It's protected for Chinook salmon and southern resident orca, the 9th most endangered species on the planet, ocean species. But the development has just got to stop. I mean, you said it best. We got to bend the trend. We got to stop going out in the rural areas and compromising the natural resources for our future generations. It's got to stop. The more houses, the more pollutants, the more traffic. Our neighbors are using pesticides. The landscapers use pesticides like crossbow and ranger. I thought crossbow was outlawed. These critical shorelines where we got eelgrass. I mean, the pesticides are not They don't discriminate. Our main issue is not only the pollutants generated by the development, nor the pressure on the aquifers with more wells, nor the increased traffic congestion and air toxins that cause more asthma in our children, nor the increased taxes to service the small group of homeowners and developers who want quick profits at the community's expense. It is the current code enforcement and permitting policies, especially in critical areas, are woefully inadequate. The codes are great, but unknowing residents on or near critical areas may not know them or choose to ignore them, especially if they're restricted. And this is areas too where there's streams where there's no water in. Well, there's going to be water in those. It's going to run off somewhere. There's toxins that are concentrated in there until the rains come, and that's when it runs off. The neighbors are expected to know the codes to protect endangered species, habitats, and all that, but they have to have the courage to report the people that violate them. Wealthy homeowners in areas where I live have been known to hire agents to find the loopholes so the violator can become compliant with an after-the-fact permit. Not only will there be more pressure on the natural ecosystem with new developments meeting codes, so many will not and won't be reported. The more houses, the more unreported code violations of activities that degrade habitats and reduce their resilience to climate change. Please meet your legal responsibility of meeting, and you are, of the GMA mandates, and meet your responsibility to meet the Medicine Creek Treaty mandates, and if you're unsure about any of the best available science, shouldn't we look at the approach that errs on the side of caution? So please, let's let other people do the best available science. We're not the scientists. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Anyone else here in council chambers wish to provide comment on the comprehensive plan? Let's see anybody come forward. Mr. Dominique, anybody in our Zoom room?
For any member of the public that would like to provide comment on proposal number O 2024-559S2, please press the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. And I have 4 hands raised right now. We have Janine Provazek. Sorry if I got that wrong. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Janine.
Oh, I'm exhausted hearing you all. I was hoping to get 5 minutes for my reward. You guys, really hardworking council members. I so appreciate all your hard work. And hello, Chair Ryan Mello. Nice to see you. I am Janine Provazic. I am a resident of Tacoma, and I am a pretty strong environmentalist. And as I sit back and listen to the compromises and the conflicts between developers and environmentalists, one of the things I want to say is probably going to be more of an existential speech here, is that we are really in a climate catastrophe. And we need to face it head on without denial and probably without compromises. I appreciated some of the compromises that Robin, I think you put on some of the amendments, but I don't think we should have compromised. There should have been no rural bonus density at all. I think we should remove the R5 zone from the Pierce County Comprehensive Plan because we can't afford anymore to waver on those things. Even the buffer for the water, even that, the buffer where we were compromising 175 feet or 200, you always go in the benefit of protection because we are in a climate crisis. It is going to get really ugly. And the climate scientists are saying again and again that we are going to face awful things if we do not take this seriously. So this is not a time to propose overdevelopment of any kind. With our planet warming as rapidly as it is, water management is a matter of life and death. This is already true in some parts of the world. It is crucial that we keep our water clean and abundant. Overdevelopment in our rural areas will be a real threat to our water cleanliness and supply. It will also create more air pollution, more traffic, widening of roads, which means more precious green spaces being cemented over. This has to stop. We have already devastated so much of our green spaces and forests. We now have 3 mega warehouses. Home for Tacoma has been watered down so that tree preservation and increase in tree canopy are barely significant. This council has a chance to take a stand to model intelligent land and water management, along with creating the housing we need. It's not an either or. Yes, historically, we have been major tree cutters and developers and supporters of the fossil fuel industry. We have to change. Developers are going to make less money because it isn't a future. We're not going to be able to develop as dense. They're going to have to get another job or take less income. Our species does not like to delay gratification or have to change, and yet we now must be prepared to do both. Let's enact the Pierce County Comp Plan Alternative 3 as initially proposed without rural bonus density. This prioritizes the health of our environment and our community members as we thoughtfully plan for more housing options. And thank you so much, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you for being with us, Janine.
Great job, honey.
Next, we have John Leslie. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is John Leslie. I'm a lifetime resident of Pierce County. I've already spoken to the land use element that's been brought up in discussing all these amendments and so forth. I'd like to speak specifically to the capital facilities element. I'm very disappointed with the priorities that have been laid out here. I'm looking at Exhibit D, Exhibit 205 on there, lays out some of the monetary outlays that are projected. Just going out to 2029, I see that transportation and roads is at $283 million. Parks and recreation are at $275 million. In addition, active transportation is another $45 million. Our priorities are all upside down. Even within the alternative 3, this isn't an unintended consequence, it's intentional. I quote from the comp plan, allow for higher levels of congestion that would normally be permitted. Future investment in these areas will be dedicated to active transportation and transit infrastructure. Joshua talked about that transit infrastructure, which is not going to happen, but that's beside the point. My point is the imbalance here. I'm looking at law enforcement, and compared to those huge outlays for parks and recreation, the sheriff's corrections and detention center is slated for $91 million, but that already has a deficit in beds available, as well as the sheriff's department at $12 million and juvenile courts at $4 million. These are paltry numbers compared to what we're going to spend on parks and recreation, where priorities are all upside down. I know there's going to be a temptation with some of the council members here to support this because they've successfully advanced some of their amendments, but as Council Member Campbell said, this is an imperfect document, and your amendments just made it a little bit less imperfect. I hope that you can see the forest through the trees and not think that your little, like trading cards, trading people with property rights around has somehow made this justifying your vote. This is a terrible document, a terrible ordinance, and I hope everyone will vote no. I expect your name will be attached to this in perpetuity. So when future generations look back and say, how did we get in this mess? They're going to point to each one of you that voted for this and say, you're responsible for bringing all these problems to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie.
Next, we have caller ending in 890. Please state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Pierce County Council. My name is James Helm. I reside in the Graham County Plan area. A few short comments. First, the new land use structure. I spent some time trying to figure out if, in fact, this was required by Vision 2050 or there's some state growth management decision. It was clearly was not in the Resolution 2024-158S. And according to the staff report, quote, administrative changes that would organize different zones under a more general land use designation are also proposed. I find real problems having this rural residential, rural reserve, and then say rural farm, rural sensitive resource being called zones. And they haven't even given us a specific definition of what they are. In the whole planning process, there were some real problems. Gig Harbor Peninsula, Key Peninsula, Graham, and Parkland Spanaway Midland Community Land Use Advisory Commissions did not recommend using this new structure. And with some heated debate, the Pierce County Planning Commission did not recommend approval of what you have created here. You had a lot of discussion tonight about the rural farm, or excuse me, the rural 5 and the rural 10. We've got to go back in time to the reserve 5 land use classification that was part of the original comprehensive plan back in 1994, where 3,600 acres were set aside for future movement into the urban growth area. Years later, under legal challenge, State's Growth Management Hearings Board stated they cannot be a Reserve 5. It's either urban or rural. And so that's what we have now. And in this entire discussion, there has never been a single evaluation of the land itself. The land speaks first. And I'll give you an example of what we've got. I'll take a look at a map here. Let's take a look at quarter NE, section 08, township 1804E. In here we have one land parcel ends 1700 rural 5. Well, there just happens to be a stream going through it and a lot of wetlands and bodies of water that encompass the majority of this land. This is not rural 5. This is not rural 10. This is rural sensitive resource land. And the land has not been evaluated, and that puts you not in compliance with the Growth Management Act. A second item here, deletion of the Pierce County's basin plans. A large number of supporting documents which are not part of the comprehensive are being retained. In this update, I find deletion of references to all of the county's basin plans highly irregular, and they should be retained. That's Appendix B, 1-15.
Thank you, Mr. Helmo.
Yes. Yes.
Appreciate your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next, we have Ellie Kloss McGann. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Ellie Kloss McGann again, and I'm 4301 North Race in Tacoma. I'm going to keep it really short. Other people have all these details to share, but I just want to give you a huge thank you for all the work that's gone into this, including all the work that staff has done. It's been a monumental task, and it's not complete, and it never will be complete. We'll keep moving on. I appreciate the compromise you made with Rural 5. I think making it so that R10 can't become R5 is great. I appreciate the not having the rural density be part of it anymore, because we know densification is a problem. I think you did a really good job, and I hope you're proud of the work, and I hope we continue to work with all the people here in Pierce County to make it even better. So thanks again.
Thank you, Dr. Kloss McGann.
There are no more hands at this time, Chair.
Seeing no hands and seeing no further folks come to the podium, we're going to close the public comment. Oh,
Please read comment, wait until you got done with the ones that were germane to what you've been talking about.
would you like to participate in public comment? Please come to the podium.
It's just the comprehensive.
We're still in the comprehensive plan. Did you want to speak in community forum? Perfect. Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry for mishearing you. We're almost there. Depends on how long Councilmember Morel speaks on final passage.
Series, got a timer. Can't handle it any longer.
We do have the comprehensive plan update here in front of us for final consideration. Are there final remarks by council members? Councilmember Kitchen.
Thank you, Chair. As a non-member of the Community Development and Environment Committee, watching my colleagues and watching the staff and the PPW staff really educate and walk us on this journey, it feels like it was a sprint here at the end, but it really has been a marathon that's been going on for very long. So I just want to start with thanks. Thank you for that work, for the compromise, the conversation, and the learning we did together to put together a plan that I think really helps solve a question that I had when I got here 4 years ago. How did we get in this mess? And one of our callers mentioned it, so it's what brought it to mind for me. How did we get in this mess? And when I moved to the Parkland area to go to college over 20 years ago, there was some development, some intense development as you drove out the Pacific Highway, as you were headed out into the Graham area. And since I have moved there, the amount of development that has happened there and then spread beyond 224th, the UGA, what has happened in Bonnie Lake, what has happened in these areas where we have really intense urban-like development without urban-like supports in unincorporated Pierce County is the mess that we are starting to really intentional think about. How do we fix that? This plan puts us on that path, which is why I think I applaud the work we've done here. We can't afford to do both and. We can't afford to invest in the infrastructure to support a rural community with infrastructure like in an urban community and invest in urban infrastructure in the urban area. We can't do both. We can't afford it. And so this helps really say we're not doing that anymore. I know it's hard. Change can be hard for everyone. But we truly cannot afford as a county to do both and. So this document, this plan, this work says we are not on that path anymore. So I just want to acknowledge and thank everybody here that helped get us here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those remarks, Councilmember Hitchin. Vice Chair Campbell.
Well, I was going to keep it short, but I don't know if I need to filibuster for Mr. Morel now. I will keep it short. Everyone that has worked on this, touched this, voted on any part of it, passed it along to us, passed it back to us, came and gave public comment. If you've touched this in any ways, thank you. Because if I tried to list everyone, I would leave way more out than I would put in. And I know those who've worked really hard on it. A double thank you to all of you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Campbell. Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you, Chair. I too won't be along like I was several years ago, but just say I was here 10 years ago when we did the comp plan. I was just in a different seat. And it wasn't this complicated, I will say. But I just wanted to thank staff as well. You were asked to do a huge, I don't even know how to describe the job over the years that you were having to do and having to find ways to put things together. And I felt there were quite a few conflicting goals. I mean, how do you do this and not that and that kind of thing? And while there are many things that I disagree with this in here, I appreciate that the ones that I did put forth that I was supported in. I try not to ask for things that aren't earned or deserved or part of what life is in the county. And I know that I disagree with a lot of the philosophy that is here, and I just want to put into the record some of the information. I appreciated the texts and having links to other documents that validate different things, and that's what I want to put in the record tonight before I close on this. And starting with a lot of the things with the property rights, and every year I think it's every year, the AG has to put out a recommended process for evaluating proposed regulations on property. And this is the October 24, and I will give this for staff to put it into the record. They can do that. And this is something that all legislation is, I believe, intended to go through to assure that there aren't no takings. And the other thing is I recently came across a report from 2022 that was done on lands and habitat. And actually, it's across the U.S., but it's similar in most places, but actually developed as 5.3%. Forest land is 24%, scrubs 21 point, but anyway, I will have this into the put into the records so that folks have that. And the other thing is, it's regarding climate policy, because it's a very expensive proposition on this, and I believe the last COP was, I forget, $1 trillion a year is needed, and the developed countries are expected to fund the undeveloped. And so here's a report that was done that is very well documented on legal issues and whatnot regarding the climate policy that comes from the federal government, and it is on, what's that terminology? The, should have wrote it down, Major Questions Doctrine on the Climate Policy Agenda. And so these are things that I'll put in there for reference. But other than that, thank you so much for everyone for all the work. I appreciate on how well we all got along for it, and it's been a journey. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Cruver. Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks staff for getting this over the finish line. And I definitely needed some coaching and to understand what is before us. You know, this is going to affect so many people here in the county. And what I will remind people is that counties are cities. But it seems like this county, with all the stuff, with all the growth in the past and everything like that, we are a city. If you put everything, the county together, it's bigger than Tacoma. The difference between us and King County is that they incorporated many years ago. They have tons more cities that kind of dictate their own comp plans, their own growth and things like that, and we're not there. And some of the comments here tonight about providing services when we do grow in these areas are very expensive, very hard to do. We're not set up for it. These are some of the tough things. You know, the Growth Management Act, I think it came around in 1990. You know, I think it was promised that it's a bottom it's supposed to, policies are supposed to come from the bottom up. And as time's gone on, it kind of seems it's from the top, coming from the top down to the bottom in some aspects. We heard that we're steering some of this policy or making policy so we don't have litigation with the state, with the Growth Management Act, and not accepting our policy and things like that. You know, it's like they're pretending that it's bottom up. We're trying our best here at the bottom levels to get it right and find the balance. But I think what is unique about Pierce County and trying to do everything for everybody with a lot of growth out in the unincorporated areas kind of puts us where we're at today. I don't like a lot of the stuff that's on here. This Growth Management Act is not going to guarantee affordable housing. I'll tell you that right now. It's not going to help. It's going to make it much more difficult. It might be our new reality as we move forward. But I think in the new reality, hopefully, we can come up with new solutions in spite of this new comp plan as we move forward. 20 years is a long time. In between those times, we'll have periodic updates, I believe, where we can just fire and see how things are going. We're here where we're at right now. So that's all I got to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Herrera. Are there any other remarks? Councilmember Morell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate everyone's patience in working through this document. It was not an easy chore. Thousands and thousands of pages within this, and it's been quite an ordeal for me, and I know everyone on the Community Development Environment Committee spent a lot of time working this document, and I appreciate, the leadership there, trying to navigate a lot of things that are mandated on us, and trying to hit housing targets, and especially trying to limit things in rural Pierce County. But, and I understand the sins of the past always come back to haunt us. And, it was, and I will say 30 years ago, bad planning that got us to where we are today. So I can't, in looking at this, I don't know if this is better planning. I think they're, again, trying to confine all the developments within a limited transit area is challenging at best. I think I stepped out when Council Member Hitchens started, talking about Bonnie Lake and Buckley. There's a reason why they got out of the transit is because it was very little value to them, and Pierce Transit will admit that. It wasn't, they've always had to run on a shoestring budget. Majority of my area is a transit desert. I don't see that changing anytime soon. So trying to box everyone in, I don't, I don't agree with that philosophy. But there again, I understand that we can't have sprawl out into the rural areas. My emphasis that I have is to try and develop quality housing, quality jobs, quality schools within a designated area, understanding that I don't have transit options and I don't have the ability for a lot of infrastructure in my area, very limited. And so, I'm kind of torn. I've tried to work the document as best I could, and I appreciate everybody's help in helping me navigate some of these amendments. Is it enough that I can support this? I don't know right now. And so, I think as Councilmember Herrera says, this does nothing for affordability. If nothing else, it'll just drive up the cost because he who has the land is king. And if they know that they have buildable property within the designated UGA area, then, that's gold. So I think affordability is something in our rearview mirror. Does this make it more affordable? Can't say it does. I'm not going to get into best available science. I'm not going to get into, the whole climate change issue, driving a lot of our decisions now. And, my concern is, the freedom of choice for people to decide where they want to live, where they want to build. And there again, like I said earlier, we dictate that through zoning and code and rules and regulations. And, that's a lot of power, that's a lot of responsibility to have. So with that, I'm a little bit torn. I know all the work that went into this. It is, a huge task. I've been here 6 years now, and, I've never had to come up against something like this. Even when we did centers and corridors, it was a cakewalk compared to this. So, I'm at a point now and I'm just kind of trying to figure out which way I'm going to end up voting on this. I know what my constituents would say, And so sometimes, I've got to go with what, they elected me to do. And some of the challenges within this is not palatable for them. So I have to make a decision. And it isn't because of a lack of work on this document. So thank you for everyone, my teammates here, for getting us to this finish line, whatever that looks like. And, hopefully a couple years from now, we can look back and say whether we made the right choice or the wrong choice, whether our kids can afford to live here or can't afford to live here. So with that, I'll pass it back to you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your leadership and your guidance through this. You've been very patient, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember Morell. Are there any other remarks? I really want to. I really want to thank my colleagues. Over the past, we've been getting updates from very hardworking staff for close to 3 years now since we've initiated the project. The relatively new committee chair of the committee, Councilmember Denson, has really helped steer this work in I think a really thoughtful and inclusive way. Thank you, Councilmember Denson, for all of your leadership and hard work. Together, we considered over 60 amendments. I don't know who had more, if it was Councilmember Morell or Councilmember Denson. I'll count after this. But we
amended more of his than he did of hers.
We considered over 60 amendments last count, and that's just a piece of evidence of how serious we've taken the work. But how the staff engaged the community early and often. It's a big county, and we don't have a big staff. But I think our staff worked really, really hard to engage folks in non-traditional ways, and communities, especially the members of the community who don't have time to come and sit at a 6-hour-plus meeting. I'm glad for those of you that do. Thank you for making time to do that, and you've dedicated hours of your life to do that. Thank you. A lot of others we know don't have the ability to do that, and the staff worked really hard to try to find out how to get input from folks who don't particularly enjoy coming to these things or have the time to come to these things. So there has been a ton of hard work. There's been a lot of compromise put into this update, and I guess what I want to encourage my colleagues to remember here in the home stretch, I really hope members feel really good about the work product we put forward. Did all of us get everything we want? Absolutely not. Not one of the 7 members up here got everything they wanted in this document. Not one of us. We got a lot of good compromise done. And while a lot of our attention, I think it's human nature up here, a lot of our attention is dedicated to the amendments that are in front of us or the fresh amendments, I really hope we recall the totality of the work that we've done together over the last couple of years to get to this point. The totality of this document is pretty incredible. We really do remove significant barriers to the development of housing. I know there's some skepticism to that, but I'm aware of the hour, so I'm not going to go through the litany of development barriers that we've actually eliminate through this comprehensive plan and the development regulations to come that will eliminate barriers to housing. Many of us, I submit all of us, are very, very concerned and prioritize the development of affordable housing. There's going to be more work to come to actually implement the policies that we have in here. There's going to be a whole code package that's going to come forward early next year to implement the policies. But we've already started a lot of really significant work to truly remove barriers to building more housing. There weren't a lot of amendments to that tonight. That's because there's a lot of detail already embedded that paves the way for the removal of significant barriers to the development of new housing. If you don't believe me, for Ms. Red Hunt. I really encourage you to ask Ms. Red Hunt to get you a laundry list of the policies and the work to come to clear barriers to building more affordable housing. It really is impressive, and I think we should be really proud of that work. The work in front of us directs policy to make our roads safer for more users. It directs policy to make our communities, especially our more urban parts of our county, much more livable. And yeah, it's not a flip of the switch. It takes time to implement these things. But I really encourage all of us to think about the totality of this 20-year growth plan that paves the way for a more prosperous Pierce County, more jobs close to home, more housing close to home of all income levels, and a better quality of life, a better infrastructure, and a safer transportation system. I'm really, really proud of the work that we've done, and I'm really grateful for the great conversation we've had, the civil dialogue we've had, and the debate and exchange of ideas. I'm very, very grateful for. Thank you, staff, for your months of work, and everyone who's engaged. With that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the adoption of Ordinance 2024-559S2?
Councilmember Hitchin.
Aye.
Councilmember Morell.
Pass.
Councilmember Campbell.
Aye.
Councilmember Krueger.
Nay.
Councilmember Denson.
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera.
Aye.
Councilmember Morell.
Aye.
Councilmember Mello.
Aye.
The results of the roll call vote is 6 ayes and 1 nay.
On a vote of 6 ayes and 1 nay, the ordinance is adopted. I just one more word, deep gratitude, congratulations to the staff, but there's a mountain of work to come next year. I've said it earlier. There's a mountain of work to come next year to effectuate many of the policies here. We'll have fun together on that, but there's a ton of work to effectuate the planning policies to get at what we all care about, a better quality of life, more jobs, and more housing options. We're at item number 10, Community Forum. Community Forum is an opportunity for members of the public to address the council on any topic that is of significance to or affecting Pierce County government and that did not appear for final action on today's agenda. There is a 3-minute time limit. Please state your name if you would like it on the record and address all your comments to the chair. We'll start with those in council chambers. Anyone wish to participate in Community Forum?
Finally.
Thank you for your patience. Remind you of the timer and please state your name for the record.
John Lloyd, good evening. We need your help. Pierce County Parks has refused to sign a utility easement with Puget Sound Energy. This blocks the extension of the main power line, which is required to provide access to our home and 3 other parcels. Oh, much better. Parks owns 2 parcels known as the Buckley Forest, which has a private road easement known as 134th Street East. This easement provides access to 21 properties, including our home. It does not include the utilities. 19 of the 21 property owners have signed utility easements with Puget Sound Energy. Parks is the only owner that has refused to sign a utility easement. In January, we provided Superintendent Kimberly Freeman a copy of the utility easement that Puget Sound had provided to us for them to sign. We explained that signing the easement allowed for the installation of a 2-inch conduit and power line. Parks would benefit by having access to power at no cost. The 2-inch conduit would be installed in the existing roadway. Work would be done by a licensed and bonded contractor, permitted by Pierce County Planning and Public Works, and Puget Sound Energy would provide engineered drawings. Parks' reasons for not signing was that they have a future plan to build a trailhead and widen 134th Street East to provide public access. They do not want to sign an easement now, but they say they will include the utility easement when they do the improvements. The project has not been approved or funded. It also requires 19 other property owners to agree to a new road easement to allow public access. In April, we met with Parks at their office. Kimberly offered a revocable temporary license that we would have to sign before Parks would sign with Puget Sound Energy. She said this was a better way to go since they can handle it in-house, that we didn't want an easement because it would have to go to council and it's very political. The temporary license restricted our current road easement rights and required that we sign a right of entry. It also required excessive insurance standards and an administrative fee to be paid. Kimball said all the road restrictions were to protect the road because it was unstable and in a landslide area. When we referenced the geotechnical studies and the COHP for the thinning, they all state the road is stable and there is no active landslide within 300 feet. The response was, if you want power, you'll have to sign. When we explained we did not need a right of entry because we have entry rights already under the current private road easement, their response again was, if you want power, you have to sign. When we asked about the $9,732 administrative fee and explained we did not ask for a revocable temporary license for the park to do the work on our behalf, Kimball said we were the only ones that would benefit, so that made it a non-traditional easement, and it would be a gift of public funds if they signed the easement with Puget Sound Energy. This is not true. It is a common practice to have utility easements, including the road easements. Plus, Pierce County and other property owners would benefit by having access to power at no cost to them. The only agreement required to be signed is with Puget Sound Energy, but unless we agree to unreasonable demands of the parks, they will not sign the utility agreement with Puget Sound Energy. This is Pierce County park property, not park property. This is your property. This is Pierce County's property, and we need your help obtaining power to our home. Thank you.
Thank you. If you're willing, we would love your written remarks for the record so that we can have that detail and have our staff understand and help follow up. I know Councilmember Morell is tracking this issue very closely. Welcome. Please remember to state your name for the record.
Kenny Loy from Buckley. This whole thing has sprouted from me purchasing a property that appears to have been in Pierce County Park's eyes that they wanted. As that's why I've heard from neighbors, they're very interested in it. Building a house. I'm in the middle of building a house for me and my family. And I've spent every dollar I have to obtain this, and now I'm getting a roadblock from Pierce County Parks with a weight restriction, a temporary license that they can revoke at any time they deem necessary, a weight restriction of, it was 16,000 pounds. They so graciously moved it to 24,000 pounds, which doesn't work for building a house. Concrete trucks weigh more than that, blah, blah, blah. It's for the wet months of October 31st to November 1st. They're restricting me. I'm forced now to go solar to proceed forward with my house. If I wait for them, I'll lose all my permitting, all the money I've invested in that. So I'm forced to move forward in an alternative motive, which solar, I got a quote last week for $80,000. I don't know where that's going to come from, but that's the only way I can survive with. I'm sure everyone's house here has power. So I'm asking for help to try to just get this easement signed. It's a simple Puget Sound Energy easement. They have it. And I don't understand why this has been so difficult. So thank you. And please help.
Thank you for being with us. Anyone else here in chambers wish to participate in community forum? Not seeing anyone come forward. Mr. Dominique, anybody in our Zoom room?
For any member of the public that's joining us on Zoom this evening, if you would like to participate in community forum, please press the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. And we have one hand at this time, a caller ending in 874. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, Chair Mello, council members, can you hear me okay this evening?
Yes, we can.
Great. So I waited for hours to provide public comment regarding the comprehensive plan, and at no time, and correct me if I'm wrong, was I offered an opportunity in the Zoom room to provide public comment before the council took action.
I did go to this. I did go to the Zoom room. So you can keep your comments to anything but the comprehensive plan. Please proceed, Mr. Wick.
Okay, that's fine. So A couple things I want to discuss is Councilman Morrell stated, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, he said he directed staff to look at other jurisdictions throughout Puget Sound regarding the stream setbacks during the critical areas ordinance. And if I'm wrong, I want him to step forward and he can state a objection to that. So my question is for the council. I went to Councilwoman Denson and asked her to ask some questions to staff regarding issues associated with our property, and she said she couldn't do it. I'm summarizing that broadly. She just couldn't do it. So my question for the council is, how is it Councilman Morrell was able to direct staff to look into how other jurisdictions throughout Puget Sound addressed their stream setbacks, but Ms. Benson was unable to ask questions that I had. I wanted answers from the building official and the Pierce County Sheriff's Department. And that's one of the questions I had. And I also sent an email and I copied the Pierce County Council today. So I asked the Pierce County Assessor Treasurer's Office why our property went from 5 acres to 4.8 something. I don't remember the exact number, but they decreased our property value, our size. And she told me that Pierce County did not, or that Hunt Street Northwest did not have a right-of-way when it was built. And she said that 2 months ago, they went, oh, we need one, so we're going to add it. And when we added it, we just basically subtracted that land area from your property. So I'm asking her, I said, well, that requires a legal process. It's called eminent domain. It's a legal process. And that leads me to the next thing, that we were not notified, and that process didn't happen. Which also, there was this legal disclaimer that I received in an email from the Pierce County Assessor's Office. And I'm going to read it verbatim. It should scare all of you. And it says, notice of confidentiality, the communication from this office,
Thank you,
Pierce
Mr.
County
Wick.
Assessor.
Thank you.
I haven't completed 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being with us.
I'm waiting to see if there are any more hands. I'm not seeing any hands at this time, Chair.
Thank you. We're going to close the community forum portion of the meeting. Thank you again for everyone who's participated. For the folks at the Buckley Forest Preserve, I know, again, Councilmember Morrell has been following this issue, and I know our staff is helping to try their best to help facilitate a better outcome. So I'm sure there'll be follow-up. Thank you again for your patience and being with us all evening. We're at item number 11, other business and announcements. Is there any other business or announcements from council members?
We're down to one mic, and it's got. Chair, if I may. Real quick, December 7th, this is Saturday in the city of Puyallup, is the Santa Parade. Stepping off at 5 p.m. It's rain, snow, or shine, and probably about 8,000 people show up every time, so that's a good thing.
Thank you. Councilmember Denson?
No, I don't have anything in business.
Okay. Councilmember Krueger?
Thank you, Chair. Christmas this Saturday in Eatonville, 5 o'clock. They have Santa and the parade. And last year, that was the storm. My umbrella actually blew the other way. I was working the street so for safety. And so anyway, nice parade.
Hope your mic doesn't die right now.
It was
a long night, everybody.
Okay, next.
Anybody else? I'm not seeing any. Ms. Long, is there any other business for council this evening? Well, thank you, everyone, for a good meeting, a long meeting, and for your patience tonight. With no further business before the Pierce County Council, we are adjourned.